Good morning and welcome to the April 20th closed session of the Board of Education. I will start by making sure that we have a quorum, starting with Mr. Kim.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Lynn Harris.
Good morning, Rebecca Smondrowski.
Good morning, Shebra Evans, representing District 4.
Good morning, Brenda Wolf.
Good morning, buenos dias, Grace Rivera Oven, District 1.
Good morning, Julie Yang, District 3.
Okay, Mr. Kim, could you please read us into closed session?
Yes. I move that the board meet in closed session to address topics listed in the posted resolution for today's closed session and on the bases and for the reasons stated therein.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. We will now go into closed session. Microphone. Good afternoon and welcome to our April 20th board meeting. Thanks to our board members, MCPS staff, and members of our community who are joining us here today in person, and for those who are watching the meeting via live stream. Now let's begin by standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I will call the roll to recognize board members and establish that we have a quorum. Mr. Kim?
Good afternoon, Arvin Kim.
Good afternoon, everyone. Lynn Harris.
Good afternoon, Rebecca Smondrowski.
Good afternoon, Shebra Evans, District 4. Good to see everyone.
Good afternoon, Brenda Wolf, District 5.
Good afternoon, buenas tardes, Grace Rivera Oven, District 1.
Good afternoon. Good to see everyone. Julie Yang, District 3.
Now we can begin the meeting with the approval of the revised agenda.
Move approval.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that is unanimous. Okay, we can now move on to our third agenda item, our Human Resources and Development Report.
I move forward the monthly Human Resources and Development Report for approval.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. Ms. Rivera Oven,
I'm so sorry.
that's unanimous.
We've had a little
Yep.
disruption over here.
Okay, let's move on with our number 4 on our agenda, recognitions. I'm sorry, we have appointments.
Yes. Thank you so much, President Silvestri. So we actually do have some acknowledgements. Whereas the death on January 25th, 2023 of Ms. Cynthia Garcia, classroom teacher at Odessa Shannon Middle School, has deeply saddened the staff, students, and members of the Board of Education. During the 3 years Ms. Garcia worked for MCPS, she created a positive interpersonal relationship with her students and demonstrated a strong commitment to her students' learning and social-emotional well-being. Ms. Garcia was committed to the growth and success of all students and worked diligently with a variety of stakeholders, including administrators, specialists, and parents, to ensure that her students were equipped for success. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the members of the Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools express our sorrow at the death of Ms. Garcia and extend our deepest sympathy to her family.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous.
Thank you. Whereas the death on February 28th of 2023 of Mrs. Sharon Patterson, School Administrative Secretary at Dr. Ronald E. McNair Elementary School, has deeply saddened the staff, students, and members of the Board of Education. During the 25-plus years Mrs. Patterson worked for MCPS, she was personable and professional with all students, parents, staff, administration, and the community. She was dependable, timely, and trustworthy. Mrs. Patterson was compassionate, always advocated for others, and was a great asset to the school. Mrs. Patterson demonstrated commitment to MCPS students. She genuinely cared about the overall learning environment to ensure student success. Mrs. Patterson was a team player who enjoyed building relationships with peers and supporting our schools in any possible manner. She always went above and beyond. Now therefore be it resolved that the members of the Board of Education, Superintendent of Schools, express our sorrow at the death of Mrs. Patterson and extend deepest sympathy to her family.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous.
Thank you. Whereas the death on March 5th, 2023 of Mrs. Margaret Osianjuolo, paraeducator at Flower Hill Elementary School, has deeply saddened the staff, students, and members of the Board of Education. During the 13-plus years Mrs. Osianjuolo worked for our MCPS, she was committed and dedicated to promoting student learning and well-being. She provided interventions and supported the need to assess students' performance and progress. She was creative as she worked toward providing support for students to succeed both academically and socially. Mrs. Osianjuolo was an approachable person and team player who went above and beyond the call of duty. She was conscientious and a considerate team player who was willing to set aside a current task to address the immediate needs of her coworkers and students. Now therefore be it resolved that the members of the Board of Education and the superintendent express our sorrow at the death of Mrs. Osianjuolo and extend deepest sympathy to her family.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. That's unanimous.
Thank you. And our final resolution, whereas the death on March 6, 2023 of Mr. Ramil Viembo, bus route supervisor with the Department of Transportation, has deeply saddened the staff, students, and members of the Board of Education. During the 12-plus years that Mr. Viembo worked for MCPS, he performed his duties in a professional manner. He always showed passion for learning and expanding his skills. Mr. Viembo utilized his knowledge to mentor other employees. He continuously looked for innovative ways to apply his skills and generated ways to improve procedures and processes. Mr. Viembo developed and maintained professional relationships with his drivers and bus attendants. He had great work ethic, experience, and professionalism. Mr. Viembo was polite, approachable, and always a team player. He was always available, ready to help, and went the extra mile. Now therefore be it resolved that the members of the Board of Education and the superintendent express our sorrow at the death of Mr. Viembo and extend deepest sympathy to his family.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that's unanimous.
Thank you. All right, next I will move forward with Human Resources and Development appointments. Our first appointment coming forward is for Ms. April Leela Key, Chief of Human Resources and Development in the Office of Human Resources and Development under the Chief Operating Officer. She is joining us virtually, I believe.
I am.
Okay, there she is. We couldn't see you. Welcome.
Thank you.
Ms.
It's
Key.
afternoon there, so good afternoon.
That's right, you are in Nevada. Ms.
Yes.
Key has been employed with the Clark County School District in Las Vegas, Nevada since August of 1999, initially as an early childhood special education teacher and most recently as the Deputy Chief Human Resources Employee Management Relations Officer. She looks forward to joining MCPS and the team that she is looking forward to working with.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Congratulations.
All right, thank you and congratulations. Our next appointment is Dr. Yolanda R. Allen as Executive Director in the Office of the Deputy Superintendent. Is she virtual as well? She is. Okay. Dr. Allen? Okay. Well, I'm going to start talking about Dr. Allen and hopefully she will appear soon. Dr. Allen has been employed with MCPS for 20 years as a teacher, content specialist, assistant principal, principal intern, and most recently as the principal at Snowden Farm Elementary School. Dr. Allen looks forward to joining the Office of the Deputy Superintendent to support the system's priorities that will result in all students reaching their fullest potential. A shout out to her family and friends who are also watching online.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. That is unanimous.
Excellent. Okay, our next appointment is for Mr. Darshan K. Jain as principal of Darnestown Elementary School. Joining him today is his wife, Andrea, son, Dylan, daughter, Maya, and his mother, Damini. Mr. Jain has been employed with MCPS for 17 years as an English teacher, English resource teacher, assistant school administrator, assistant principal, and most recently as principal intern at Maryvale Elementary School. Mr. Jain looks forward to joining and supporting the wonderful Darnestown community. Shout out to his sister, the Romero family, Susie Pren, Carl Benkohl, James Ulrich, Dr. Kim, Dr. Floyd Cooper, for all of their support.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous.
Great sign back there.
Awesome, thank you. Next forward, we are bringing forward Mr. Jason A. Jefferson as the principal of Sherwood Elementary School. Joining him today is his mentor and colleague, Principal Allison Serino. Mr. Jefferson has been employed with MCPS for 18 years as a teacher content specialist, assistant school administrator, assistant principal, acting principal, principal intern, and most recently as acting principal at Sherwood Elementary School. He looks forward to continuing to support the Sherwood community. Shout out to his family and friends who are also watching online.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous.
Very good, thank you. Next, we are bringing forward Mrs. Monique B. Reese as principal of Ashburton Elementary School. Joining her today is her husband, Chris Reese, and sister, Michelle Phillips, her #1 supporter. Mrs. Reese has been an educator for more than 21 years.
Julie, you might like to turn off your microphone.
Not sure what that is.
Short circuit.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this is what Ms. Reese is bringing to the table.
There you go.
Ms. Reese has been an educator for more than 21 years. She has been with MCPS for the last 3 years as an assistant principal and most recently as acting principal at Ashburton Elementary School. Mrs. Reese looks forward to continuing the work at Ashburton Elementary School, where she will focus on supporting equitable outcomes for all students.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that is unanimous.
Very good. Thank you. And for our final appointment, we are bringing forward Ms. Marquetta Renee Singleton as principal of Brown Station Elementary School. Joining her today is her mother, Patricia Williams, son, John, and sister, Angela Key Williams. Mrs. Singleton has been employed with MCPS for 16 years as a reading teacher, English content specialist, English resource teacher, staff development teacher, and most recently as assistant principal at Julius West Middle School. Mrs. Singleton looks forward to joining the Brown Station Elementary School community to support the meaningful work that promotes and fosters equity and accountability for all students so that they are equipped to thrive academically, socially, and emotionally. And also a shout out to her entire family from the state of Georgia and her MCPS colleagues and friends.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous.
Yeah. It's like the best part of these meetings.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That completes our appointments.
Very good. Now we can move on. Give them a little time to exit, but
Let me move to recognitions.
agenda item number 4, recognitions.
Oh,
Try it now.
okay. Okay, well, we'll just agree to talk over it if it comes back on. Okay, recognitions. Our first recognition is recognition of Jewish American Heritage Month. National Jewish American Heritage Month is an opportunity for all Americans to recognize and celebrate the contributions Jewish Americans have made to American history, culture, and society. Jewish immigrants from Europe began to arrive in Maryland in the 1950s, but did not have religious freedom until 1776 and could not participate in state government until 1826 with the passage of the Jew Bill. Jewish residency in Montgomery County was limited in the early 1900s due to restrictive housing covenants, but expanded significantly following World War II due to job openings in federal government. Jewish organizations were created in Montgomery County starting in the 1940s to teach and preserve Jewish history, culture, and customs. Jewish Americans have made significant contributions to American culture in the fields of science, music, art, education, business, government, medicine, social justice, and numerous others. Today, Montgomery County's Jewish residents make up 10% of its total population, the highest in Maryland. Jewish residents continue to fight anti-Semitism in Maryland, including right here in Montgomery County. Montgomery County Public Schools is committed to fighting and addressing anti-Semitism in its schools, as well as teaching the Jewish history, including global, national, and local acts of anti-Semitism in its curriculum. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Montgomery County Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools hereby declare the month of May 2023 to be Jewish American Heritage Month and encourage staff, students, parents, guardians, and the community to actively honor and celebrate the contributions and courage of Jewish Americans in Montgomery County, the state, and the nation, and enhance awareness of the impact of attitudes and expectations on the achievement of Jewish American students.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous.
Thank you. Our next recognition is recognition of Pupil Personnel Worker Month. The month of May 2023 has been designated as Pupil Personnel Worker Month to recognize pupil personnel workers for demonstrating unique, complex problem-solving abilities to address the challenges faced by students and families while delivering targeted outreach and support so all students can experience positive physical, social, and psychological well-being in order to be successful in college, career, and community. The Maryland Association of Pupil Personnel encourages all Maryland school systems to recognize pupil personnel workers with their knowledge and experience in student wellness, obstacles to school attendance, and barriers faced by families, as they are professionals highly skilled in identifying the needs of students and families and connecting them with the school system and community resources. When the mental, emotional, and physical well-being of all students and families is considered in light of current societal challenges, they flourish in both the school and community settings. PPWs, as collaborative problem solvers, uniquely are capable of analyzing and monitoring student data and suggesting school-wide and individual interventions to improve student performance. It is appropriate that MCPS recognizes the important role that pupil personnel workers play in ongoing support of students, families, and communities. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Montgomery County Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools hereby declare May 2023 as Pupil Personnel Worker Month in MCPS and encourage staff, students, parents, guardians, and the community to celebrate and recognize our pupil personnel workers for their dedicated service to education.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that's unanimous.
Thank you. We have a number of recognitions, and they're all wonderful, so just wanted to let us know we have a few more coming. Our next recognition is recognition of School Library Month. School libraries are to ensure students and staff are effective users of ideas and information. The school library staff's role is to provide the leadership and expertise necessary to ensure that school library is an integral part of the instructional program of the school. The Board of Education has entrusted a certified school librarian in each school to teach the skills of locating and using information through traditional resources and new technologies, to provide literature appreciation activities, and to guide and encourage content and recreational reading to every student. Lifelong learners begin and systematically is developed through the school library program in elementary and secondary schools. The school library contributes to the individual growth and development of all students while fostering both excellence and equity in education. The school library staff at MCPS has dedicated themselves to provide quality books and educational resources for all students. Now therefore be it resolved that the Montgomery County Board of Education Superintendent of Schools hereby declare the month of April 2023 to be School Library Month and encourage school administrators, teachers, staff, students, and community to recognize libraries play an important role in our students' learning and development.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that's unanimous.
Thank you. Next recognition is for School Nutrition Employee Appreciation Week and School Lunch Hero Day. The School Nutrition Association has announced May 1st through 5th, 2023 as the annual School Nutrition Employee Appreciation Week and May 5th, 2023 as the new School Lunch Hero Day. School food and nutrition service personnel provide nutritious breakfasts, lunches, snacks, and suppers daily to students and faculty under the National School Lunch and School Breakfast programs, the After-School Snack, At-Risk Supper, and the Summer Meals program. The more than 23 million meals served during the 21-22 school year, and as of March 31st, 2023, the over 12 million meals served this school year to MCPS students are a testimony of the valuable contribution made by school food and nutrition service personnel each year. Food and nutrition service personnel actively update menu items and recipes to provide a variety of menu options. 12 new concepts have been added this school year that represent and honor the diversity of the cultures of our students and families. School food and nutrition service personnel continue to relentlessly navigate unprecedented food shortages and supply chain disruptions in order to serve meals following the global COVID-19 pandemic to MCPS students. School food and nutrition service personnel deserve to be recognized for their dedication in keeping our students well-nourished and available for learning, and therefore more academically engaged in the classroom. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education does hereby recognize food and nutrition service personnel in honor of School Nutrition Employee Week, May 1st through the 5th, 2023, and School Lunch Hero Day, May 5th, 2023, in Montgomery County Public Schools.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that is unanimous.
Our next recognition is recognition of Teacher Appreciation Week. Education is the process by which one generation imparts knowledge and fosters critical thinking skills so that the next generation may develop a command of its learning, as well as passion for expressing ideas, problem solving, and understanding new viewpoints. Teachers open students' minds to the magic of ideas, knowledge, and dreams. Teachers tirelessly work to serve our students and communities with care and professionalism, filling many roles as listeners, explorers, role models, motivators, and mentors. The Board of Education wishes to publicly recognize all the ways that teachers contribute to the lives of students. The Board of Education encourages families and schools to show teachers the appreciation they so richly deserve. The Board of Education thanks its teachers for their contributions to excellence in education. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Teacher Appreciation Week be observed by the school system during the week of May 8th through the 12th, 2023, and may be it further resolved that Tuesday, May 9th, 2023, be designated as Teacher Appreciation Day in MCPS.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that is unanimous.
Thank you. And our final recognition is recognition of Administrative Professionals Week. Administrative Professionals Week will be celebrated nationally the week of April 22nd through the 28th, 2023. the Board of Education wishes to publicly recognize the high level of dedication and ability of its staff of administrative professional employees and express its appreciation for their efforts in the productive, courteous, and efficient operation of Montgomery County Public Schools. The Board of Education thanks its administrative professional staff members for their commitment and contributions that positively impact teaching and learning and the overall academic experiences of our students on a daily basis. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Administrative Professionals Week be observed by the school system during the week of April 22nd through April 28th, 2023, and be it further resolved that Wednesday, April 26, 2023, be designated as Administrative Professionals Day in MCPS.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That completes the recognitions.
Very good. So we are moving on to agenda number 5, public comments. Public comments is one of our opportunities to hear the views and receive advice of community members. Although board members will not engage in a dialogue directly with community members providing public comments, we will take your comments under consideration. It is also not our practice to take action at this time on issues that are raised. We encourage public input on policy, program, and practices. This is not the proper avenue to address specific student or employee matters, so we encourage everyone to utilize the avenues of redress for complaints. This is a public meeting, and we expect the conduct of all speakers and members of the audience to be within the bounds of proper etiquette. Inappropriate personal remarks, rude retorts, and other such behavior is out of order and will not be tolerated. Those who demonstrate disruptive or disrespectful behavior during public comments may be asked to leave the room. Please check our website for information about upcoming board meetings, hearings, and work sessions, including any changes to our meeting start times. We have 12 people that have signed up to provide in-person testimony. Each speaker will receive 2 minutes for comments. When your name is called, please approach the table, speak clearly and directly into the microphone. 30 seconds prior to the expiration of a speaker's time, a yellow light will go on, accompanied by a beep. A red light and a buzzer signals that your time has expired. Please push the flat button below the microphone to turn it on and begin speaking. Push the same button once more at the sound of the buzzer to turn it off. In addition to our in-person speakers today, we have 7 people signed up to provide video testimony. We will play these submissions once the in-person testimonies have concluded. Copies of the testimonies can be found on our website on Board Docs, where they are posted with other materials of this meeting. So let us begin with our first 3 speakers here at the table. Kiana Hakikarimlu, Lincoln Pemilla, and Urjat Munot. Kiana, you may begin.
Good afternoon, members of the Board of Education and Dr. McKnight. My name is Kiana Haji Karimblou. I'm a sophomore at Northwest High School. Today, I'm here to talk about the critical issue of inaccessibility of the English for Speakers of Other Languages, or ESOP program for multilingual students. MCPS is a diverse community, and there are many students with different cultural backgrounds across this county, which is why this program should become more accessible to students. I moved to the U.S. right before my freshman year of high school, which is almost 2 years ago. I experienced how difficult it is to come to another country, learn a new language, while going to normal classes with other students who speak English very well. When I began enrolling MCPS, my counselor did not offer the ESOP program to me. So I took honors and AP classes in the first year of living in America, while I couldn't even fluently speak English. And that was tough. I did not get to use a dictionary or any special accommodations while I was still struggling to speak English in front of other students, and got embarrassed every time I did not know how to say something in English. But I'm not the only one who has experienced this. Currently, there there are 37,000 English learner students in grades 6 through 12 in Maryland, representing 8.4% of the state's total secondary level student population, and only 47.5% of them graduate each year, which is one of the lowest in this nation. The sad reality is that in MCPS, only 12 high schools have the Multidisciplinary Education Training and Support, or METS program. This is merely half of high schools in this county. So what about the other high schools? Multilingual students live all over this county and deserve to be able to receive a high-quality education just like everyone else. Providing more funding to ESOP programs in high schools will ensure that multilingual students will be able to study without being worried about their culture and background. MCPS should provide more multilingual staff at each school so students can get more support and feel more comfortable in the classroom. Every student is the future of this country, so they all deserve to receive an equitable education from kindergarten to college. I hope there will be a day when no student feels scared or left out in the education system, and we can all support each other in the community. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Linko Yampainemiya. I'm a junior at John F. Kennedy High School and a proud member of Kennedy's Leadership Training Institute. I'm here today to show honor and to show respect for an important figure in my life. But first, I would like to request that you all close your eyes and truly listen for a minute. I would like you to think of someone who always puts a smile on your face. A person who is always professional, a person who guides you, who challenges you to be the best you can, who's there to uplift you when you're troubled, who helps you see your future self, someone who brings out the best in you that no one else can see. For me and many Kennedy LTI students, that was Mr. Kofi Frimpong. He was a mentor, a teacher, and a friend. He was always there for all his students. Sadly, earlier this month, we lost Mr. Frimpong tragically. Many LTI students thought of Mr. Frimpong as an angel who would drop anything to assist a student in need. In Mr. Frimpong's many years at Kennedy High School, he did so much for so many. While his main role was a coordinator of the LTI program, he worked to support Kennedy students by supporting the clubs, the volunteer activities, the events, and the fundraisers. He was a behind-the-scenes leader, always putting students first and supporting our leadership development. Not only was he a mentor to students, but he was also a mentor to the young teachers at Kennedy High School. He engaged in many community organizations outside of Kennedy community. I have many memories to share about Mr. Frimpong, but 2 minutes would never encapture the impact he has had on our lives. Given the important role that Mr. Frimpong has played in MCPS, the LTI students would like to request that he be formally recognized for his leadership by the Board of Education. We as an LTI program, past and present, have many ideas. From our part, the LTI students will be developing a scholarship in his name at Kennedy. I have been fortunate enough to have had many mentors in my life, but nobody like Mr. Kofi Frimpong.
Thank you. Ruja?
Good afternoon, Board of Education members and Dr. McKnight. My name is Urja Manot, and I'm currently a freshman attending Richard Montgomery High School. I'm involved in several county and statewide organizations, but most notably, I'm the president and founder of ETE, Equality Through Education. As someone who's lived in India and witnessed educational disparities firsthand, I'm here to speak on behalf of our executive board, as well as thousands of MCPS students who fail to succeed because of the lack of resources provided to them, such as AP and IB review books. According to the data collected directly by the Office of Shared Accountability Reports, in 2022, John F. Kennedy High School students had an AP passing rate of 34.7%, while Walt Whitman High School students had a passing rate of 85.1%. The top students in AP classes in lower performing schools in the county have much higher failing rates on the AP test, even when they have earned the same good grades in their classes. The number of exams administered in DCC and NEC regions are significantly lower than those administered in upper county areas. Although it is commendable that MCPS has conducted these studies, we have to make sure that real action is being taken from this data. The academic divide is not due to student performance, but due to the lack of funding that leads to gaps in courses offered, the level of teacher hiring policies, as well as classroom learning resources. These are all things which are causing disruptions to students during the school day. With the proper funding, ETE would like to see students being provided with resources like quality AP and IB review books, and creating new platforms through MCPS where students can access these materials easily. This is a catastrophic effect of the opportunity gap, and effective change can only be taken through the support of the Board of Education. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We will now ask our next three speakers to please come to the table. Jennifer Martin, Carla Morris, and Letitia Mitchell.
Well, good afternoon, Dr. McKnight and members of the board. First, in advance of their special day next week, let me say a heartfelt thank you from members of the Montgomery County Education Association to all the administrative support professionals who work in MCPS. These are the folks who are the first to provide a warm welcome and assistance to our families, and we educators rely on their dedication and expertise to make sure that we have the information and resources we need each day to fulfill our duties. MCEA is pleased to learn that MCPS is reviewing existing programs to weed out initiatives that may be redundant or no longer meet students' needs. This study has the potential to address the burnout educators are facing in their daily work. It's even more gratifying to see that the county executive has moved this board's fiscal year 24 budget proposal forward to the county council, and we are encouraged to learn that council members are lining up to support the education-only 10-cent tax increase needed for full funding. But that is not to say this will be an easy task. At least one anti-tax organization is already mobilizing against the needs of our children and families. But if we are to be a prosperous county, we must make up for years of underfunding of our schools. The proposed school budget for fiscal year 24 will help Montgomery County rebuild its excellent workforce to end staffing shortages so that students can receive the high-quality education they deserve. Great schools mean enhanced real estate values, increased economic development, and improved safety for our neighborhoods. MCEA calls on all county residents watching today to contact council members and let them know you support this reinvestment in our schools as the best way to ensure a bright future for all of our county. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Carla Morris, the chair of the Montgomery County Council of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee for MCCPTA, and I am appreciative to be here. MCCPTA's 2022 to 2023 advocacy priorities include support for diverse content and culturally relevant strategies reflecting the diversity of the student body in the curriculum for all grades, while our curriculum and DEI committee's work plans support evidence-based, inclusive, and quality curriculum. Providing windows into a wide variety of perspectives and multifaceted mirrors in which children can see themselves, their families, and their histories represented and reflected not only combats prejudice and bullying, but also offers an exploration of our histories and literature in deeper, more meaningful, and affirming ways. In addition, college and career readiness now and in the future requires a basic level of understanding and sensitivity toward a wide diversity of cultures and families and individuals. For these reasons, our DEI and curriculum committees strongly support the LGBTQ+ representation within MCPS's curriculum, including the important new books recently introduced. These newly added texts are not sexually explicit, as some have suggested. Many of the stories and topics focus on intersectional life stories, representing the stories of people whose races are often underrepresented in our instruction. All of these profiles can widen students' appreciation and understanding of others' experiences. Allowing students to opt out of any portion of the curriculum other than the family life curriculum would be unprecedented and would derail not only this, but many other important diversity teaching initiatives that MCPS is providing. Requiring teachers to provide notice each time they read aloud a particular passage from a book, for example, or include a specific novel for reflection and writing would add an undue administrative burden on our teachers, from whom we already expect so much. Thank you, and my published testimony includes our position on Leader in Me as well.
Good afternoon. My name is Leticia Mitchell. I am the chair of the bargaining committee for MCEA. I speak on behalf of my colleagues. My colleagues are drowning under the weight of meeting work expectations with planning time that just doesn't work. We need your support now. Not tomorrow, not next year, now. Superintendent McKnight, you've joined us in bringing this issue to the forefront. And we could not be happier to have you and the board president, Silvestri, members of the Board of Education join us as we rallied for funding for our schools and our communities last week. We believe you when you speak about collaboration and partnership, and it's because we believe you that I feel comfortable asking you for this on behalf of my peers. On the elementary level, more time is needed. We're asking for equitable work expectations and climate. We're asking for the same autonomous time that most of my high school colleagues enjoy. We are asking for more planning time that would help the teachers that I coach and support to create culturally responsive and equitable lesson plans for students. While teacher salary normally makes the evening news, planning time is often just as precious to us. But in many elementary schools, planning time has become micromanaged or scripted. It feels like self-managed time for the vast majority of teachers on the elementary level has been reduced to crumbs or simply non-existent. This leads teachers to work outside of the duty day or through their duty-free lunch periods to meet the demands of the workload, and the stress from the increased demands leads teachers to burnout. Planning time is about respect for our educators. It's about equity for our students, and planning time is about retention for the best and brightest. Planning time helps bring more stability to school communities because it alleviates the necessity for teachers to work outside of their duty day. Let's make MCPS a more desirable place to work by coming together to support us with the county council to revenue enhancement measures so that we can fund a contract that really addresses these issues.
Thank you. Our next three speakers are David Thompson, Christopher Persak, and Jeremiah Tucker. David Thompson, you may begin. Yeah.
My name is David Thompson. First of all, thank you to all the board members and attendees for this opportunity to share my observations. I hope everyone experiences love and is cared for genuinely in this room. I have made an effort to attend this meeting to convey two messages. The first message is to anyone listening that is also concerned by the agenda that is deliberately being pushed on our children. That message is this: if you are tired of poor stewardship and the peddling of harmful information to our children, our future generation, there are other options for you and for your children. It's worth exploring for the sake of your children. To the Board of Education, my message to you is this: be aware and look at the concerned parents in the room. I speak with coworkers, neighbors, grocery store clerks, friends, and family, and no one I know is comfortable with the changes that are happening in our school system. That is why I am looking into alternative education for my children. We will do what it takes to keep our kids safe. If you stay on this path, your attendance will continue to drop, the test scores will continue to drop, and the taxpayer funding will continue to drop. We will not stand for the sexualization of our children. Thank you.
Hello, my name is... Back on? Sorry. First time. My name is Chris Persak, and I'm a dad of two kids in MCPS. I watched last month's board meeting, and I saw a lot of self-congratulations for the great work that this board is doing. But I wanted to see how that translated into academic success for the kids across this county. What I found is that from 3rd to 8th grade, when it comes to math, 31% of our kids are have a chance for success right now. Nearly 70% are not proficient or at grade level. When I go to English and language arts, 3rd and 5th grade on average, 35% of our kids are at grade level, meaning 65% are not at grade level or proficient when it comes to ELA. Now, I want to be crystal clear. My comments today are not indicative of the teachers. We have some unbelievable talent across this county, and unfortunately, we're losing them. My comments are directed to the leaders of this county. I want to pivot to distractions. My life experiences show me that poor leaders find ways to create distractions and make excuses when things aren't going their way. The most recent example is the new curriculum that's being injected in elementary schools for 5 to 11-year-olds. It's under the umbrella the same tired conversation of anti versus age appropriate and the continual conflating components of those two terms. Also uses the buzzwords of book banning, inclusion, and identity. A member of this board responded to a mom last month in which the mom was asking for flexibility when it came to conversations about what her children would learn in school. The board member strongly insinuated that our religious institutions and our families are teaching hate and instilling that into our children, which I took great offense. And that the only way that our children can be redeemed is through MCPS to be taught how to learn, to love, and to hate, or to learn, to love, and to respect other people. But when I give you the scores from a math and English perspective, who the hell believes that you can actually deliver that? I also found it disingenuous that the same board member referenced a kindergarten book that isn't even the one that's being marketed by you all. Some additional curriculum suggestions. How about reminding our kids that are in 5 to 11 years old, be kind to everybody. Now open your math books again. I also want to define success because parents and kids in this county will define success in 2024 when you all are removed that are up for election and replaced so you can never penalize our kids ever again.
Good afternoon, members of the Board of Education. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak. I just passed out some examples today, and we talked earlier about how the contents in these books are not sexual, and you will see for yourselves in these pictures that they're anything but that. So I'd like to read. Actually, could I get a copy? I'd like to read out of, this is page 167 of a book called Gender Queer, which is in these libraries. This is a visual I've been picturing, but I can't feel anything. This was much hotter when it was only in my imagination. Let's try something else, of course. And this is a picture of a man with a strap on receiving a blowjob from another child. So I wanted to, we have 3 respectful requests. I want letters sent home when this material is used. Number 2, establish black and white opt-out policies. I would even recommend an opt-in policy for parents who want this to be taught. Number 3 is remove this content from the libraries, and I have an argument why. This is section 11203. Maryland law says the sale or display of obscene item to a minor. Let's look at what they describe, what counts as obscene. That is any kind of picture, book that includes even cartoon-related, human genitals in a state of sexual simulation or arousal, an act of human masturbation. So this is punishable by law. So it appears some of the Board of Ed, teachers, librarians, counselors may be guilty of trafficking pornography to our children. If you are concerned about the fact that obscene material and child pornography is being distributed to children, maybe you'd be interested in also saving yourselves from serious legal action that might land you behind bars for your role in this child abuse. I suggest you look at this content and not ignore it. It could be a great starting point in the discussion you have with your attorneys.
Thank you. Up next, we have Lindsay Smith, Clark Basden, and Betsy Mendelson.
You can go.
Okay.
Or let her go.
Lindsay, you may begin.
Number 12. You passed something out, so you can go ahead.
Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm Betsy Mendelson. Both my children have read and said good about this statement, which supports counselor confidentiality. I speak for them. Both my children have thrived in the Montgomery County school system within the Down County Consortium. I speak in support of the important function of their confidential conversations with MCPS counselors. In my family's experience, we parents shape the child we send to school. At that point, every day, it is school staff who enable the student to thrive. My older child created a 504 plan when he entered MCPS in 8th grade. Counselors cultivated his ability to discern which accommodations were truly useful and his ability to advocate for himself. Counselors also helped him to choose high school courses and to transfer the 504 to college. He's now doing fine in college as a biochemistry major, something we could not have imagined in 8th grade. And he read this by text from Japan, where he's studying abroad for a semester. Counselors also help my younger child with accommodations, different accommodations. At home after 7th grade, my child spoke about their changed identity. In response, I encouraged them to complete MCPS Form 56080 to request gender-based accommodations. At the age of 12, my child chose to reveal publicly their private information. This is a minority identity that is hidden from view. The counselors who completed the form with my child in confidence embodied in their persons and in their actions MCPS's stated goal of valuing each student. Because counselors invited my child to live freely at school, my child assembled a crew of similarly different students, and they now, please summon an image, laugh with friends during lunch every day. I will state from decades of parenting experience that even with the best IEP or 504, my children succeeded academically only after they felt valued by their MCPS schools. I celebrate the counselors at MCPS for enabling both my children to thrive. Thank you.
Lindsay Smith?
It's on. Oh, thank you. I actually came here to speak about policy change with you guys today. I know you guys were expecting me to come for something else since I'm from Moms for Liberty, but I am coming as a parent and representing 330 parents to ask that you, for the 2023-2024 school year, actually put your meeting time at a time that is valuable for parents. You guys are the only county in Maryland that meets in the middle of the afternoon or at 3 o'clock when all the buses are arriving. That generally shows that you are not listening to community input. And once again, we're here where you're pushing the parents out again. My team and my members are asking that you would actually change your time and policy for the 2023-2024 school year to be between 5 and 6 o'clock, along with the other counties that are already in Maryland that are already meeting at 5 to 6 o'clock in the evening. We want to be part of the community, but you can't keep meeting them today because all our parents are having to take off of work and out of pull kids, get childcare. And I just feel like you guys are moms too, and you know exactly how many of us have to rearrange childcare to get here. But we're working parents, and we shouldn't have to take time off away from our family that could be spent family vacation in order to come here to speak in front of you. It should be a public policy to be in the evening so that community members, community leaders, and other people are actually able to attend these meetings and not have to take off of work. I'm proposing that you change the time for your Board of Education meeting next year, and I think that it would greatly behoove you guys to get community leaders involved as well. That's all.
Thank you.
2 minutes isn't very long, but it's good to be with you again. I was just with you last night at the scholarship award where my daughter was one of the recipients. And thank you for all of your time and your service on this board. I know it is a civic servant position. You guys aren't getting rich with all the time you're investing here. I am a father of 4, as I just mentioned. My youngest daughter was one of the scholarship recipients last night, and we're very proud of her. My oldest son graduated college with honors and has his master's degree. He's a civic leader. My oldest daughter was, again, a product of Montgomery County Public Schools, and she just won valedictorian in her medical school class and will start her residency in June, I believe. My middle son, not so good, but no, I'm kidding. He's a business owner, and he's doing great. I'm very proud of him. I've been in Montgomery County for a long time. I am a product of West Virginia Public Schools, and I know from experience that these two school systems are very different. With the very limited time I have, I want to pull out the keynote speaker from last night. I believe his last name was pronounced Cabrera. And wow, he did a great job. For those of you that weren't there, he was a refugee from Rwanda, grew up in a Botswana refugee camp. While there, he had the opportunity to learn. And the point I would like to make today, as a coach in the community, as a pastor in the community, is the point that these young kids, like the speaker from last night, need to be able to focus on the most important issues like their education, especially when they're young. We mentioned the 5 to 11-year-olds. They don't need the induction of over-sexualization. And again, my advice and my plea to you is that you would consider that. And
Thank you so much.
thank you.
Our final in-person speaker is Dennis Williams. Please come forward. Walk in.
Sorry. Where do I sit?
Middle chair is fine. You may begin, yes.
Hi, my name is Dennis Williams. I have 2 kids in Page Elementary School, and they're twins, and one of them is transgender, and he has been supported by the school and has done the whole 1040, whatever it is. And, you know, it's important that he has representation in the school, in the books, and everything else. He sees himself in our community as an individual, as just like everybody else. You know, he's African American. He sees that, but his transgenderness is important to be. Oh, sorry, got a little nervous there. He needs to be represented in these books. Are not sexual. I don't know. I've read all the elementary books. They are not sexual. For example, the one in their class is about 2 guys that get married, and it's about the relationship between the uncle and nephew. It has nothing really to do with, but it's just representing a wider community. And I think that's important that we show our kids this. I thank you for your time. I'm a little bit short, but thank you.
Thank you. We received 7 video testimonies. First up is Neha Sharma. Please play the video.
Hello, Dr. McKnight and members of the Board of Education. My name is Neha Sharma, and I'm the co-founder of SoJust. I'm here to testify about the urgent need for social justice education in Montgomery County Public Schools. I would also like to express my support for my fellow co-founder Riona Sheikh's testimony given in a past Board of Education meeting on the necessity of social justice education in MCPS. Students are just not given the adequate tools and resources they need to become advocates for social justice issues. Our research has shown that 4 main factors are holding students back from pursuing activism, including self-limiting beliefs, fear of judgment, lack of awareness, and lack of resources. MCPS must address these factors in their curricula to help students become more effective advocates for social justice. We were pleased to see that MCPS conducted an anti-rape system audit and created an action plan to train teachers to become more culturally responsive. However, training teachers is not the only solution for social justice awareness. Students need to be empowered to speak up for their rights. Across the county, other school districts have already taken the initiative to create social justice courses that allow students to explore advocacy and social justice. For example, the Social Justice School in Washington, D.C. and the Social Justice Camp in Prince George's County have provided valuable learning experiences for students. It's time for MCPS to follow their lead and create a social justice course requirement. To achieve this, we propose the creation of an MCPS-approved working group to investigate the current state of social justice knowledge in schools. This group should include a diverse range of members. This working group would then present proposed solutions to the Board of Education based on their findings. Additionally, we propose conducting a survey to assess the amount of social justice curricula taught to students, and this survey should evaluate how much students are learning about privilege, racism, and other social justice issues in school curriculums. It should also assess how much the curriculum teachers dedicate to teaching these topics. We believe that it's essential to evaluate the existing curriculum and ongoing social justice projects in MCPS. The effectiveness of the social justice class and its impact on students should be tracked. I'd like to reiterate the lack of social justice education in MCPS schools and how it's a pressing issue that must be addressed. Social justice education can have a tremendous impact on students, and through the exploration of privilege and oppression, students can gain a better understanding of the world around them and can be inspired to fight for change. By taking action on our proposals, MCPS has the opportunity to inspire the next generation of youth activists, and I urge you to take action on this important issue. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Okay. Next, we will hear from Jennifer Jones. Please play the video.
Hello, Dr. McKnight and Board of Education members. My name is Dr. Jennifer Jones. For 31 years, I've worked for MCPS, with 24 as an elementary school counselor. Today, I'm speaking to you about the Leader in Me curriculum. It has been implemented at Phase 1 and 2 schools for 2 years. Next year, $4 million is budgeted for Phase 3. I read the evaluation report of LIM. Serious concerns were shared by administrators and especially teachers about its poor implementation and lack of effectiveness. My school began implementation this year. I do not believe it is in the best interest of MCPS students to fund this curriculum next year for Phase 3. Phases 1 and 2 schools should not be required to continue. LIM should not receive any further funding. Instead, funding should be used for effective social-emotional support such as additional critical staffing, including PBWs, school psychologists, and school counselors, especially at the elementary level. Finally, receiving an additional counselor to work with me this year has definitely proven much more valuable and effective than LIM. LIM is not a solid social-emotional curriculum and difficult to implement. Vocabulary and concepts are not developmentally appropriate. It is time-consuming for teachers because they must recreate and differentiate lessons, often lacking multiculturalism. Lessons are often inappropriate for English language learners and students with special needs. I have gathered comments from staff in the Up-County area who tried implementing LIM. Please thoroughly read all comments in my written testimony. I am familiar with different social-emotional curricula. In 2001, I became a trainer of trainers for the Stop and Think social skills curriculum. It is well designed and provides a framework that is easy to understand and implement, as is Second Step, which also supports critical social-emotional development in areas students need to be successful. In contrast, LIM fails to support the social-emotional needs of students. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we will hear from Carrie Primozic. Please play the video.
Hi, my name is Carrie Primozic. I'm an MCPS parent. I want to start by thanking the Board of Ed, President Silvestre, Dr. McKnight, and MCPS staff for listening to this video. I am a parent of a graduate of Gaithersburg High School, a current 11th grader at Gaithersburg High School, and an 8th grader at Gaithersburg Middle School. And I just come to you with some concerns and some things that are on my mind. I am advocating for our students and families to be included and represented in all of our schools, but mainly I hope students feel they belong. I would like to encourage MCPS and the Board of Ed to continue to engage in the hard conversations and hard work around racial and social justice. As our county is 75.6% students of color and families of color, it is a priority to make sure we are supporting our students and families of color and use the data from the anti-racist audit to take action. With increased hate crimes in our MCPS schools and conversations that simply are about excluding, not including, we need to figure out ways to help and support our administration and teachers to be able to stand behind the MCPS values and commitments. As an involved parent and volunteer who has the privilege to be in many MCPS spaces, I have actually been pretty disappointed with some things lately. I have questioned what we mean here in MCPS by equity and inclusion. The hardest thing for parents and caregivers has to be when our kids are struggling in school, maybe struggling to read or pass that math test, or maybe they're being excluded and left out. Maybe a little one in elementary school is by themselves on the playground, or an older student alone at lunch, or told they don't belong. Do we, as an MCPS community, have the ability to really be inclusive? I hope we do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up, we will hear from Joanna Snyder. Please play the video.
Good afternoon. My name is Joanna Snyder. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am a science curriculum specialist and telecommute from the Lawrence Hall of Science at UC Berkeley. I am an MCPS alum and parent of 2 young girls at Woodland Elementary School and the co-chair of the MCCPTA Green Schools and Sustainability Subcommittee. Thanks to the dedication of MCPS staff at the Division of Sustainability and Compliance and the Department of Outdoor and Environmental Education Programs, MCPS is well on its way towards creating the infrastructure and programs necessary to meet the MOCO climate plan. But there is much more work to be done. We owe it to our students who are feeling the strain of the climate crisis to continue amplifying their passions with more events like the Climate Summit coming up this weekend and programs happening in the CERT where they are addressing food waste and food insecurity at our middle and high schools. It is time for our district to take this sustainability policy the next step, like our neighbors in Prince George's County, and create an MCPS climate change action plan, bringing all the pieces that are already in existence into one conversation and one working group. As part of the CIP advocacy, our committee knows none of this really can be taken further until we address the underfunded school construction budget and the many schools desperate right now for basic renovations, which is why I ask you to join me in advocating at the county level for support of the recordation tax amendment to bring more funds long-term to our district. Getting children outdoors can have dramatic benefits on their well-being. Kids want this. I hear from high schoolers who want access to outdoor lunch on their campus. They want outdoor learning. We must increase professional support to teachers to help them learn how to extend their classroom outdoors to teach the lessons already embedded in the science program. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we will hear from Rebecca Kuschmeider.
My name is Rebecca Kuschmeider, and I'm the parent of 2 MCPS students. We've all seen the alarming trend of censorship affecting classrooms and media centers throughout the country. Book banning movements are focused on education, demanding that all books conform to a narrow view of history, sociology, and human relationships. We're even hearing echoes of that sentiment here in Montgomery County as fringe groups use social media to encourage MCPS to exclude titles that upset them. I believe that school libraries are a place where every student should feel included. Excluding stories about certain groups of people is comparable to excluding the people themselves from the library. Students should be able to see themselves in the pages of books and also find books that teach them about people who are not just like them. With that in mind, I would like to take this opportunity to thank MCPS for standing firm against those who want to exclude certain books. And I want to thank the media specialists, teachers, administrators, and other staff who make sure their book collections are as inclusive as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we will hear from Bridget Howe.
Hello, I'm Bridget Howe, and I'm testifying in opposition to the continuation of the contract for the Leader in Me curriculum. Based on the assessment, not a single stakeholder who is actually using this program is satisfied. Children are not engaged or sometimes even aware that they're being given this leadership programming. Teachers find it irrelevant, difficult to deliver, and don't see a benefit, and administrators aren't satisfied either. The only people who seem to think this should be continued are central office staff who are the most removed from our kids. As a parent of a middle school student, I have several objections to continuing this relationship with Franklin Covey. First, this program is not an SEL program, it's a leadership development program. Right now, after 3 years of unprecedented trauma, our kids' needs are about survival and relearning social skills, not about becoming the most successful future employee. We need to go back to basics with SEL. Second, I have reservations around the origin of this program. The creator of 7 Habits has publicly stated that it's a way to deliver principles of his religion disguised by corporate speak. As a school system that prides itself on religious diversity, you should find this troubling. Second, this K-12 curriculum is repackaged corporate training. It may be suitable for middle managers and corporations, but it's not the right fit for children in 2023. Third, this is expensive. There are SEL programs that are created by nonprofits and universities that are much less expensive, evidence-based, and are actually SEL. What other curricula were considered and why were they not selected? I'd like to better understand the RFP process that took place originally. Finally, we have thousands of kids in our system dealing with mental health concerns after 3 years of community trauma. Just this weekend, Montgomery County Police dispatched for at least 5 teens who attempted suicide, including 2 13-year-olds. I took a look at the Leader in Me resources for 7th graders and couldn't find anything that would be helpful for children in this situation. Let's go back to basics, let's steward our scarce financial resources, and let's do what's best for kids. Please vote to cancel this contract. Thank you.
Our final testimony comes from Jessica Hassan. Please play the video.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Jessica Hassan, and I'm the parent of 2 MCPS students, including one who has been receiving the Leader in Me curriculum since MCPS purchased it for the 2021-2022 academic year. But I'm not here as a parent. I'm here as a licensed psychologist who works with youth in the DC metro region. And it's my opinion as a psychologist that the Leader in Me is a wholly inappropriate SEL program for MCPS and does not meet the needs of our diverse student body. I'm asking that MCPS not renew the contract for the next academic year. The Leader in Me is based off of the 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. The focus of the habits is personal responsibility. This effectively ignores the impact that others and the environment can have on our functioning. For example, habit 1 is be proactive. To quote from the Leader in Me book, one aspect of this habit is, I choose my actions, attitudes, and moods. If people were able to choose their actions, attitudes, and moods at will, there would be no need for mental health providers. How would a child experiencing depression or anxiety or trauma see this habit? This habit implies that they're choosing to be depressed, they're choosing to be anxious because they're choosing their mood. In other words, the distress they're experiencing is their fault. Rather than spend time reviewing each of the habits, I want to focus on MCPS's own data on the Leader in Me curriculum. Nearly 90% of the teachers who completed the survey on the Leader in Me said there was no benefit to the program. Almost all middle school and high school teachers, over 90%, rated their experience with the Leader in Me as fair or poor. Among elementary school teachers, only about a third saw any positive change in their students since the implementation of that program. For middle school and high school students, it was even lower. At the high school level, fewer than 5% of teachers saw any positive change in their students. MCPS has already spent over $5.5 million over the course of 2 academic years on this program. The program simply is not appropriate for our diverse students' needs. I'm requesting that the contract not be renewed. And before another SEL program is selected, please be sure that the teachers are actively involved in the selection because they will be the ones using it.
Thank you. This will conclude our public comments. The next business meeting of the Board of Education for public comment is May 11th, 2023. Sign-ups for public comment will open the afternoon of Thursday, May 4th, 2023 at 6 p.m. In addition to the online sign-ups for public comment, we allow for in-person, same-day sign-ups when space allows. Unallocated slots may be filled on a first-come, first-served basis on the day of the meeting. In order to sign up in person, please arrive at least 15 to 20 minutes before the start of the open session and sign the form. In-person signups will close 15 minutes before public comment begins or when all slots are filled. So now I will see if my colleagues have any questions before we can move on. Ms. Wolf?
No questions.
No questions. Ms. Yang?
I have a comment. Okay, so several comments today on our social emotional curriculum Leader in Me, and the fact that we have a SEL curriculum actually shows our commitment to student well-being and our understanding that good curriculum will, well implemented, will positively impact student well-being. Now, here I thank everyone for coming in to share their perspective. I want to give a special shout out to Dr. Addison and our Office of Shared Accountability. Their study and report help us make better decisions, and that's how we operate. So thank you, everyone.
Ms. Evans?
Sure, thank you. So I want to first start off by acknowledging all the speakers, you know, whether we agree with what you say or not, you put yourself out there to come and share your thoughts and your feedback, and so I do appreciate that. So y'all know me, I get emotional sometimes, and so I'm gonna try not to, but I did want to acknowledge our students that came to speak today. I do always appreciate hearing from them, particularly from our John F. Kennedy student, and I'll tell you this, I've been on the board almost 8 years, and we hear the death resolutions that are read, and there's not been a time when I've known the person, right? I always empathize with the family and with our school community, but with this particular staff member that our student mentioned, I knew when he came and sat down that he might mention Mr. Frimpong, but our oldest daughter, Sydney, had Mr. Frimpong. She was in the LTI program as well as Sierra. And I will say that Mr. Frimpong, exactly what you heard that student say, that is who he is. He is the reason why Sydney did the IB diploma program. I could not, and my husband could not as a parent convince her, but he was able to do that. So I just wanted to share that with everybody to get a glimpse of who he was to every student in that building as well as the staff. And hit our kids pretty hard, particularly because Sierra was just given Student of the Month from the LTI group. They will select a student. And so Mr. Frimpong had called her down right before spring break to say, come and get your certificate. Let me take a picture of you. And so when we heard the news, our daughter in college was very, very upset and will be home for the funeral next Friday. So I will say to the student, we will read in the death resolution, Mr. Frimpong in the month of May. And I hope that we can frame that and send to the family to have that, because he was very near and dear to the community. So I would be remiss if I did not mention him, because he was a good person, and it does make an impact when you have someone in the building that our students can look up to, that can challenge them in ways that sometimes parents can't challenge them. So I'll say that he did that. Everything that you read in this testimony was accurate, and it is a huge loss for the John F. Kennedy community. So I just wanted to acknowledge him and say that we will definitely miss him.
Ms. Harris?
I just wanted to start by thanking all the good people in this room and at this table who are so very committed to making MCPS an inclusive and affirming school system, and making sure every classroom in it is similarly affirming and inclusive. Because it troubles me that some of the comment that we've been hearing in the community tells some of the people in our classrooms and in our schools that there's something inherently wrong with them, to the extent that having somebody that looks like them or a family that is like theirs in a storybook is sexualized or is of such troublesome content that they should be other children in their classroom should be opted out of that reading or that content. And trying to get through an understanding of this, but it sort of seems to boil down simply to a judgmental view and a belief that not everybody's okay. Sexual orientation and gender identity are not choices. They are immutable characteristics. They're part of the DNA. They're part of the biology. And, I look at the list of books. Excuse me, I referenced Rainbow Unicorn in a prior meeting, and I've read all of these books. And what I know is Pride Puppy, alphabet book about a family going to a parade that happens to be a gay pride parade. Uncle Bobby's Wedding, a book about a niece who's afraid that her uncle getting married is going to change the nature of their relationship. It just so happens that Uncle Bobby's Jamie is a he and not a she. Intersectionalities is just a book about inclusion generally, featuring a main character that's in a wheelchair. My Rainbow is about a transgender autistic girl who wants long hair. Prince and Night is about a prince who's being pressured to find his soulmate and discovers in that search it's a he and not a she. Love Violet is about a little girl who has a crush on another little girl. Born Ready is a true story about a transgender boy and how his family and community supported him. And to say any of these is a sexualized book simply means that you think anybody that's not straight is not worth being depicted in a book. Because if any of these books did not feature characters that weren't straight, we wouldn't be hearing about it. And so I just, again, appreciate the work that has taken us a while to get here, but that is really going towards, in every way, making us an affirming school system.
Mr. Kim?
Thank you. Firstly, I quickly, in reflection to the comment we heard today, I'd like to raise to the board if we could maybe consider starting to look at our agendas, maybe put I know often our board meetings go deep into the evening, putting public comment towards the end, working out any logistical challenges, as we continue to consider how our public engagement can really be accessible to all parts of the community, many of which may not currently be reflected in our board meetings. That may certainly be a lever for doing so. And even as we talk about the school day, it's so fantastic that in our district we have so many students have a presence, but even the few students who are here today, maybe they're rushing back to class. The school day is ongoing, so we just wanted to quickly elevate that in hopes that we could explore that. And then I'd just like to extend my gratitude to Dr. McKnight and the team for their continued efforts to ensure that an MCPS education is an inclusive one for all students. Grades K through 12, diversity and inclusion are paramount to deliver the service that we call public education. So thank you, and it's just so critical that every student in this district finds their place and knows they have a place in their classrooms. So thank you again to the team.
Ms. Wolf?
I think Mr. Kim said a lot of what I wanted to say. No matter whether we agree or disagree with anything we've heard today, the goal is to ensure that all of our children feel safe and included in our schools. But I also wanted to speak to Ms. Evans' point. I didn't know the gentleman at Kennedy, but what the students reminded us is that it's very important that they have someone that they connect to in the building. And when they do, it makes a difference in their lives. Thanks.
Ms. Ravetta Alvin?
I just wanted to thank everybody for coming today for public. My deepest condolences. I met Mr. Kofi when I was at Kennedy. He actually came to the funeral of the young woman who passed away. So he was such an important part of that community. But I also wanted to talk to Kiana because I saw myself reflected in her when she said she came here with, as a first generation and she felt that pressure of, and that just, is to remind us all that we are a county of many, and there's nothing more precious than the well-being of our children and our youth. And that, to me, should always be the pendulum that makes what we base our decisions on. And that kind of looks like is from all over, diversity. And it would be a really sad day in Montgomery County. And as somebody who's a former ESOL kid who came here pretty much as a refugee, where a child or a young person will not feel welcome coming through our doors. So for me, the mental health of our kids and our youth is the most important thing, especially after this pandemic. And there were so many folks today that used the word love. To me, love is a very inclusive word. And it's a tolerant word, and it's about, not being hurtful to others. And that tolerance is based at home, but it's also something that we need to make sure that our young people know when they come to our schools, that our schools are a safe place to be and be able to engage and to feel their identity, whatever that may be, that they are not rejected. So thank you all, and especially to our young people that came to testify and who testified it online as well. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. McKnight, we did have several testimonies about Leader in Me, and Ms. Yang already brought it up, and commenting on the value of that evaluation that was put out. But could you give us an update on where we are with the program?
Sure. Yes, we did have quite a bit of testimony today about the Leader in Me program, and if you remember, we've probably had testimony a number of times throughout the year, and we have a lot of varying opinions on the program. A few things I just want to point out. There were definitely some challenges in the implementation of this program. The first I'll say is that the first cohort that implemented this program in the system was during the pandemic. So as we know, anything that would have launched as a new pilot or program during the pandemic would not have come to its full fruition as planned because the circumstances were very different. I'll also say in this curriculum specifically, we provided them feedback saying that the program did not represent the level of diversity, equity, inclusion, and all those pieces that we thought was really important to address social emotional needs specifically for our students. They did come back and they made some changes with that, but we did continue to persist to see some problems. Today we're going to talk about program evaluation, and thank you so much for raising that, because the power in the program evaluation is that when items come forward for consent or approval, that we're actually able to talk about what the implementation has been like, whether it is positive, whether there are a number of upgrades, or if it's just flat out not working, so that we can then be very much informed about is that an appropriate program that should be moving forward with fiscal attachment to it for the system. So with that, we're absolutely reevaluating the program and our partnership with that program for many of the reasons that was stated. And the program evaluation did exactly what it was supposed to do, which was to lead us into that direction, to say, is this actually providing the benefit that we wanted to provide in Montgomery County? So we actually look forward to bringing that to the board after we've done some more internal gathering of information from schools to come back and make a recommendation.
Thank you so much for the update. And now we can move on to our agenda item number 6, item of discussion, distribution of academic programs.
All right. I will ask the team to join us at the table as we transition into the next topic. And I will start the discussion just by saying that this discussion is going to be framed around a distribution of academic programs within MCPS. Montgomery County has always been able to provide many different programs for our students and different programs in different schools. And the purpose of those programs were to ensure that our students are college, career, and community ready. We also acknowledge that, as important as those programs are, the fact of the matter is that we want every student in every school, regardless to the type of program that exists in that school, to feel like they're getting that level of support provided to them. I'm just going to wait for a moment, yes, until we can get everybody settled. I know we've been much transition. Ms. Yang just said, that's right, I'm going to forever be a teacher at heart. And that is exactly what happened just now. All right, thank you so much. I know everybody was getting settled there. But I wanted to reemphasize that point that I just made. Today we're going to look at distribution of academic programs. So the bottom line is that in the school system, we expect and support the value that every student is being prepared for college, career, and community readiness in every single school, regardless of the type of program or whether or not a program exists within that school. So today we're actually going to talk about where programs are located, how we determine those locations, and discuss how we're going to assess the need for any additional programming. I'm really excited about that because, as I've shared a number of times, when I had the community conversations, it would have been last spring, summer with the community. One of the top discussions that we had in those conversations were programs. How do we get more access to programs? How do we go about deciding how many students we are able to accommodate in these programs? And where are they? Do we have enough programs represented with diversity in learning for different interest levels in different parts of the county? And so that was an interest of mine too. As a superintendent, I feel like what we owe and deserve our community is that wherever you're being educated in Montgomery County Public Schools, we don't want you to feel like you're being cheated in any way, and what you feel like you need and deserve as it relates to your education is provided in your school, in your classroom. So I am thrilled that we were able to do this work, because the purpose of this conversation today is so that we, as a system and a board and our community, now have a better understanding of what the full picture is of programs in Montgomery County. So I'm excited about the map that the team has pulled up, when we can look at geographic location, when we can look at the different types of programs. And we've also been doing a lot of work over the last couple of years, more so the last year after the pandemic, doing research around what programs actually going to be needed to prepare our students for the future. There were some industries that developed significantly since the pandemic, since we started to do work differently. And so we've been reading that research and thinking about that, and then considering how does that play into program development that we know we need in Montgomery County, not just the development of our students, but being very particular about where we're going to put them. The team is going to mention some findings from the METIS report, I believe, throughout your presentation today. And that was a really important report that was done, in which it brought together, that group, educational stakeholders, national experts, and others around how do we continue to strategically plan for enriched programs in Montgomery County and high-demand career programs. And I did want to share some examples of how program expansion has happened in Montgomery County more recently, and how we've done this at the secondary level specifically. So examples would include expansion of the Centers for Enriched Studies and 1- and 2-way immersion schools, the IB Regional Diploma Program at Kennedy, Springbrook and Watkins Mill High Schools, and the Regional College and Career Programs at Seneca Valley. So those have been some that have been created more recently at the secondary level to be able to meet that need. And then I also have to mention this work is to be guided by the anti-racist audit #1, but secondly, the Maryland Blueprint, the Blueprint for Maryland's Future. And it's really important to think about the anti-racist audit and how we bring out this full picture, because we want to make sure that schools vary in the equity of access of resources, and that we're creating an effort in which those resources are accessible to different families in different facilities and different classrooms around the system. And our anti-racist audit calls for us to really pay attention to that. So that's why it should serve as a foundation for this discussion as well, and how we think about it. So today we're going to address how we have developed all of this, I would say, a big picture view of everything that we have. And most importantly, I'm hoping that the community will see this as a level of transparency around what we have in MCPS, so that this can better guide our discussions and engage our community in what the needs are, where and how we're creating those needs. So I'm looking forward to everybody reading the 5 things to know that come out after the board meeting, just to make sure that our community is very involved in this, because we need them as stakeholders as we continue to map out our students' interests and needs across the entire county. So with that, I want to thank you, and I appreciate this team so much for all the work that you're doing. And I am going to turn it over to Dr. Pugh, who's going to start the discussion.
Good afternoon. Thank you. We're really excited today to share some of the work that has been done in order to bring a full picture of the academic programs. And by academic programs, we're really talking about those in enriched and accelerated programs and our career and technical education programs. So we do have other programs, special education, some wellness programs, but the core of what we're offering academic-wise in terms of pathways for students will be represented here today. Next slide, please. There you go. So again, this affirms the board's interest and our interest in making sure that our students have access to programs, and that they're high interest programs, and we are solving for where our capacity issues might be in terms of making sure students can attend the programs they want. The team will go through, they have a detailed background of how things came to be, and there's even more details in the appendices, if you care to read through the appendices, of the historical progression of where programs were located. But the maps will provide you a quick visual of where the current programs are located. We'll preview some upcoming new programs, and then speak through how we hope to actually refine that whole process of development and bring it together so that all parts of the district are aware of what each other is planning and proposing for schools, and that schools and families have input in it. Next slide, please.
As Dr. McKnight said, there is a strong recent history of developing new and innovative programs, some of which was required by our pandemic when we had to provide access very quickly, digitally, but also, strengthening our local school programs. I think the vision here is making sure that when we are moving forward to increase this equitable access, that we're using those findings and that we maintain these questions in our mind every time we look at the data about a program and every time we think about where we might place a program in order to meet the needs of all students. Next slide, please. So this presentation today is in clear alignment with the board's strategic plan. It actually goes deep into the academic excellence pillar. We've come before you prior to talk specifically about mathematics and literacy, and today we'll hear even more information about what pathways are available post-blueprint as we come forward and have to make sure that all students have a variety of options after that 10th grade year. And so what you'll hear today are some of those program options as they exist today, as we think about what we're going to do to respond to our new community interests and to new career interests. Next slide, please. So our first priority in all of this is to ensure that no matter what school a student attends, that they have access to a strong local program. It's important to us to make sure that it doesn't matter where you live, you still have an excellent curriculum and teaching and supports available to you, pre-K through 12. So that's the core work that we're doing and really invested in making sure that it happens. In addition, though, we also know that we would like to be able to provide choice, and we want students to be able to have access to those programs. So by providing choice in regional and countywide programs, we're able to provide actually really unique programs, some things that are expensive to uplift, but that are really important, that some of our kids are interested in, that we can't really replicate in multiple sites, but we can certainly work to try and make sure we're expanding to meet the needs of the students. So the framework, as you hear the team moving forward, is really about expanding the table and making sure we have a variety of options for all families, regardless of where they live and what zip code they have. We also know that this framework will help us further to make decisions about whether we initiate or expand, adjust, or even close future programs based on an analysis of the data. We must be strategic about where we place these programs and really critically look at it with an equity lens about who we're serving and where we're serving them. Next, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Jeannie Franklin and Irina LaGrange, who have all of the detailed, deep information about the history and the current status of the academic programs in the Office of Curriculum and Instruction.
Thank you, Dr. Pugh. Good afternoon. Try it again. Thank you, Dr. Pugh. Good afternoon, everyone. It's good to be here. So can we get to the next slide, please? Great. So stepping back decades ago as an early approach to equity and diversity, the board adopted policy ACD, Quality Integrated Education. This policy spoke to the board's commitment to valuing diverse classrooms, perspectives, and experiences to enhance the educational process. This was the board's opportunity to codify their commitment to the beginning steps of equity. This was adopted in 1975, almost 20 years after Brown versus Board of Education. That was focused on desegregation. Policy ACD was a big step for setting the stage for programming going forward. Next slide. This is what I was practicing. Next slide, please. Okay. So let's take a look at the timeline. So this is roughly 6 decades of work. So beginning in the 70s, which is about a century after MCPS opened, the Visual Arts Center was established in 1974 at Albert Einstein High School, along with the first elementary magnet programs. These elementary magnet programs were designed to stabilize enrollment, offer innovative instruction, and decrease racial isolation. More specifically, respond to white flight. In the 80s, additional elementary, middle, and high school programs were installed in response to policy ACD by using voluntary integration methods while offering innovative programming. Moving forward, the 90s and the 2000s, the Board of Education approved 3 consortia. These were designed to serve as innovative instructional models for local school students and also stabilize enrollment. In the 2010s, external audits were launched to examine equity in our programs and processes, which resulted in tremendous expansion and transformation. Now we're in the 2020s, where we experienced the biggest education impact in our history, a pandemic. Our students went to school remotely for year 2020 to 21, and many of our newly established expanded programs, due to this, continue to build their momentum right now, because many of our high school programs had installed their freshman classes during the year of remote. Next slide, please. So when we think of programs, we have two types. We have local programs and we have regional countywide. These theme programs include world language, math, science, environmental, arts, fashion, leadership, and so on. These themes may also exist in both local and the regional programs, so there is an overlap. And we also know that students have multiple interests, so we're trying to provide multiple opportunities for students to engage. There are also two types of admission processes for either local or regional and countywide. There's interest-based, so students can demonstrate their interest, and then if there are seats available, they're placed, and if there are more requests than seats, then a lottery is run. The second is criteria-based, where multiple academic criteria or multiple criteria are used to determine placement of students. Usually a review committee is used in these cases. In our case, we use them in our high school application programs. And then there's a hybrid of the two that was launched recently. That is where we use criteria-based. We're establishing a threshold where students meet multiple measures, and then therefore, from that group, we run a lottery for placement. And that is when we use that with the grade 3 and the grade 5 central review process. Okay. Next graphic, please. Now I'll pass it over to Ms. LaGrange.
Thank you, Ms. Franklin. Good afternoon, board members. It is my pleasure to join you for this presentation. Am I on? There we go. Perfect. Thank you. Critical to successful local schools is a strong academic program in which all students have access to grade-level content and skills aligned to state standards. According to research, the most impactful factor in a student's learning is excellent first instruction taught by a highly effective teacher. In addition to increasing access to programs such as one-way and two-way immersion, middle school and high school signature programs, and dual enrollment, we're differentiating resources, building staff capacity, monitoring and analyzing student data, and implementing accountability structures to ensure strong core instructional programs at every school. Next slide, please. Thank you. Our elementary and middle schools provide students with opportunities for a multitude of enriched courses while also meeting their academic needs and interests both regionally and locally. For example, the enriched literacy curriculum and the 2 middle school humanities and math courses aligned to the existing regional magnet program themes were created in response to highly able students in every school and every zip code. Specifically, historical inquiry into global humanities for grades 6, 7, and 8 allows students to go beyond the core content and engage in investigative inquiry, while applied mathematics in grade 6 accelerates the pace of instruction and extends students' understanding of mathematical concepts aligned to Common Core standards.
So next slide, please. So on this slide, we just want to take a high-level look at the snapshot. We first want to emphasize, again, that OSIP's priority is strong, robust, engaging, and relevant local school and regional programs. The purpose of this slide is to show you a high-level snapshot of the regional admission cycle, coupled with local school programs. This information is to show how many students are actually attending our local school programs annually, and that is why they have to be strong. The information on the left is a snapshot of last year's application cycle. The first green box shows about 12,000 grade 8 students eligible for application of programs. 2,725 applied to one or more programs. Some of our students are eligible for up to 18 programs, whereby 9,275 students did not submit an application. These students, the majority, are going to their local school. There are 1,378 seats available for students in our grade 9 regional programs, and we invited 1,601. we over-invite to account for multiple, students are invited to multiple programs, and also for attrition. The demographic chart at the bottom gives you more information about the students who were invited to the programs. This data is pretty reflective of the application data as well. This information will be provided to you in more depth at our annual memorandum in the summer. Again, this is a snapshot to illustrate that most students are attending our local schools every year. Ms. Grange.
Thank you. MCPS's career readiness, next slide, please. Thank you. MCPS's career readiness programs, or career and technical education, combine strong academics with technical skills and real-world professional experiences that give our students a competitive advantage for lifelong career success. Today's industries depend on talented workforce to fill high-demand, high-wage jobs. Career readiness programs are offered at all high schools as local programs. Additionally, high-demand career programs and unique facilities-intense programs are offered at regional hubs. We have been intentional in expanding access and opportunities for our students through new regional programs. For example, having programs at both Thomas Edison and Seneca Valley High Schools, which also reduce barriers to transportation, time travel, and distance. Our new STEM pathways begin in high school, continue at Montgomery College, and culminate with a bachelor's degree at universities at Shady Grove. Over the past 5 years, we have added new programs such as Fire Science and Rescue, Law Enforcement and Homeland Security, Early College Associate Degree in 15 majors and career fields, Apprenticeship Maryland, IT Cybersecurity, and Network Operations, just to name a few. Within our 12 career clusters, we have over 50 local and regional CT programs and thousands of students who are earning industry-recognized credentials. Some of the high-demand pathways include information technology programs and courses, which are available in all high schools. Engineering programs in Project Lead the Way. We have 4,935 students enrolled across 14 high schools and 16 middle schools, with a plan to expand to 20 middle schools in the next 3 years. Health professions, where students can become certified clinical medical assistants, education programs, such as our teacher academies, with our expansion from 2 to 4 programs. Business management and finance, and aviation. Through industry partnerships and these robust CT programs, our students are able to earn industry-recognized credentials that prepare them for their post-secondary pathways, allow them to earn their college credits, engage in work-based learning, and earn their associate's degrees. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you. As an overview, regional programs include criteria-based and interest-based programs, and both are valuable in providing additional opportunities for students beyond the core pathway. The abundance of our criteria-based and interest lottery programs speak to the vast student academic and career interests. These program offerings have doubled within the past decade. Next slide, please. Thank you. It is important to note that over the past 10 years, we went from 43 to over 100 programs. Highlighted are the changes in MCPS demographics. As we are designing and growing programs, we're intentional in prioritizing student voice data and both school and community needs, and creating new opportunities that will prepare our students for their post-secondary pathways. Ms. Franklin?
Next graphic, please. So let's take a quick look at the maps. So the first map you're looking at is our elementary schools. So you did just hear a little bit about the local and regional programs, and so let's take a look at them. But as we look at the following maps, much of what you're going to be seeing is a culmination of decisions over time, different administrations, different needs in the system, different happenings in our community of where we needed programs. And as we stated earlier about the history, we installed our first programs in the 70s to address racial isolation. You will see that various programs are throughout the county, and each of these programs have unique circumstances associated with them, such as transportation and eligibility and program design. The blue triangles on this map represent the elementary schools, so you'll see those all over the place. And then the two-way immersion programs are the hexagons. The one-way immersion programs are the squares. We have our IB primary year program, which is the triangle, and then you'll see our Centers for Enriched Studies, which are the circle. So you should see those shapes throughout the map in different places of our county. Excuse me. Okay. All right. So the next slide that we have is our current middle school. Thank you. Our next slide is, I'm sorry, can we go back to the elementary slide? There were a few pieces that I wanted to make sure we pointed out. So as a result of all these decisions, we have all of these different programs that are available. But we want to tell you what has happened most recently so that this is really aware, that you're very aware of these. So for example, we have installed 4 additional two-way immersion programs. The current 2 that are Rolling Terrace and Kent Miller down county, so we installed programs that are now up county. So now we have more programs up county. We are exploring a process to add additional emerging multilingual learners to programs up county and any of our two-way immersion programs if we have space. So we're looking at that. We're also added a one-way immersion program at William Tyler Page. And William Tyler Page is in the Northeast Consortium. That program is 2 sections, one for local students and then also one for out-of-area students. Related to broadening access for families who wanted more language programs, the board acted in the 2000s on the sibling link admission process for immersions by way of broadening more access so that students who are already in the process or in the programs don't necessarily get pre-placed in the programs, but they do get advantaged in the lottery. So that means that more new families have access to the language programs. The CES, or Centers for Enriched Studies programs, we adjusted the catchments after we heard from the public about concerns and transportation to getting to the Centers for Enriched Studies. So we shifted some of the catchments, and then we also installed a new program, Mill Creek Town, which has 2 sections for students. And then something that we're hearing from our community. Something we're hearing from our community regarding elementary programs is there is an interest of having more one-way immersions up county. We have a number of them down county, and as we stated earlier in the history, part of that was really designed to address racial isolation when we were having a huge move of Black and brown families move into the county, so we wanted to make sure we broadened access. And also the policy ACD was a commitment from the board to address that. Another piece that we wanted to look at is as we have established numerous secondary IB programs, we wanted to explore what does the elementary primary years program, what role does that play now going forward? Next graphic, please. So now we have our middle school programs, and on the map you'll see that the magnet programs are the triangles, the language immersion programs are the circles. We have our middle school magnet consortium, Argyle, Parkland, and Loiterman, which are the squares, and then we have two-way language immersion. I'm sorry, my eyesight is going down. Is that a pentagon? Somebody help me out. Okay. And then the green triangles are middle schools. And so what you will see there is our programs are all over the place, which is very good. So it provides access to many of our students, but then also they're placed in areas where our higher community, our community of higher needs have access to these programs easily through transportation. So as we build and place the programs, we have considered many of the same criteria, such as transportation, budget, building capacity, leadership capacity, existing resources, current infrastructure. All of these pieces play a role in where we establish new programs. So what are we learning here with the middle school programs? Well, due to the consistent interest of MSMC, the Middle School Magnet Consortium, from families up county, there's been interest to explore should we have a Middle School Magnet Consortium up county. That's one of our asks that we've been receiving over time. And just for you to know, board, many of our families from up county do participate in the Middle School Magnet Consortium. And so we have many of the families participating with great interest. So let's go to the next slide. So what we're looking at here are our high school programs, and these are local programs. And this part I think is really exciting because this demonstrates what we have available in our high schools. So when we look at this map, this is showing you every one of our high schools, and every one of our high schools has a colored block. And this reflects either signature programs, academy programs, high demand, career programs, and APIB. So everybody has a green box because every school offers advanced placement and or IB. 8 of our high schools offer the International Baccalaureate program. But the reason why this is a really important slide is we had demonstrated that most of our high school students go to their local high schools. That's why our local high schools have to be really strong. So in response, when the programs, the magnet programs in high school started to come into fruition, the local high schools wanted to have specialized programs within their schools so they could also recruit their students back or provide them a unique specialized pathway. So that's why we have a number of our schools with a signature or academy program so that they also have a specialized pathway for their students. We can go to the next graphic, please. So this is a map of our regional and countywide programs. This is where we've experienced the most growth and expansion for programming. We have full-time programs for rising grade 9 through 12, and then we have part-time programs for grades 10 through 12. So I just want to take a moment right here just to say that we are trying to provide a number of different on-ramps for students whenever they're ready to have an opportunity to start exploring what their pathway is or what their interest is. So these opportunities grow from K to 12, and so we have numerous opportunities in high school. In recent years, we did add a number of career readiness programs that are interest-based, along with the 3 regional IB programs that Dr. McKnight discussed. More recently, a STEM Ready program that starts in junior year and aims to graduate students with a bachelor's of science. So I do want to bring your attention to the red triangles on this map. These are the high schools that currently are comprehensive-only high school programs, which means they don't have a regional or a countywide program. However, as we stated, all of our local schools have enriched offerings. They offer AP courses. They might have a signature or an academy program. But another way for students to access unique programming that might be at one of these schools is through a process that the board had approved, which was the academic transfer process. So for students who want a unique program that's not necessarily available at their school, but they would like to attend another school, and there's space at the program and there's space at the school, students can submit an academic transfer process on the COSA, the change of school assignment process, and then that can be considered for approval for the following year. So here's an example of some next steps for us. The board has charged us with continuing to examine if all of the IB regional countywide programs should move to regional only sites. We have 1 regional IB program, 1 countywide International Baccalaureate program at Richard Montgomery that remains countywide. That's one of the items that the board has charged us is to continue examining if they should all be regional sites. And then we're also excited to continue planning for programs in the coming years. We have 2 new high schools board at Woodward and Crown with exciting programs that we hope to implement as well. The board will receive updates on that as well. So now I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Hazel to share upcoming programs and process changes.
All right, thank you very much. Next slide, please, and good afternoon. So we have shared our recent work to ensure that our students have local access to enriched and accelerated programming and also access to high-demand career readiness programs. And so now we're going to look forward to upcoming programs that we have planned for the next year or 2 and talk about how we've identified schools and how we're going to move forward for the future years. Observation 6.1 in the anti-racist audit states that our schools still vary in equity and access to our resources. And so even though you've heard some of the work that we've been doing to expand, we know we still have a lot of work to do to create more access for our students. And so as we consider both the audit observations and the recommendations that we're going to share with you today, we want to make sure that we're always putting forth those equity questions. Whom does this practice serve or neglect? We want to think about whose voices are being heard. and voices who are not being heard or not a part of the conversation, and then what steps are we taking to make sure that we're looking at ongoing data collection to really evaluate whether or not our programs are successful. So if you'll go to the next slide, just to give you an update on upcoming programs that we have at each of our levels. I'm not going to read all of them to you, but you can see for the next year or two, we are always considering programs, and we want to ensure when we do that we're thinking about either duplicating programs that are really successful and we want to move them to other sites. We are either increasing seats so that we're providing more access to students or creating new regional programs. And so those are the types of things we're thinking about as we consider new programs. At the elementary level, we're really excited about the opportunity to have robotics for our students in grades 2 and grade 8. Starting next year, it'll take a couple of years. We'll have 2 cohorts of our elementary schools, and it will be embedded into our science curriculum. So we'll begin that experience for students with training starting over the summer. We'll also be adding our two-way immersion and innovative calendar sites over the next 2 years. Of course, this is pending budget approval, but those are 2 programs at the elementary level that we are looking forward to. At the middle school level this fall, we have expanded seats in our middle school criteria-based programs with an expansion of 5%. So we want to continue that work. And you've also heard about our middle school immersion. So as our students are coming up through elementary, we've been working over the last couple of years with communities to find sites and prepare the schools and the communities for new programming. We've also begun the first phase of central transportation to help increase access to the middle school consortium. So the transportation is a very large part of making sure that our families can participate in these programs. And then in high school, we're also expanding access to our existing programs that you can see there. Middle years program from middle to high school as well is also another one, depending on the budget. So we're really excited about all of these programs that are coming. Next slide, please. So we get a lot of questions about how programs start in MCPS, and they really begin in one of 2 ways. Either the school initiates a program, they have an idea, sometimes it starts just maybe with 1 or 2 teachers, and then they will elevate that to us in central office for additional support. And so you can see there we have a couple of examples of local school initiated programs. Whitman, I'll share just in a moment, their leadership program. And then we have our central initiated programs like our language programs or our center programs. And those we initiate in central office and work to identify the schools that would be most appropriate. One of the things I think is really important to highlight, whether the program is a local school program or a central office-based program, we want to ensure as we move forward that we are being very strategic about the placement of programs in our district, that there is a high level of transparency within the community about it, and that there is stakeholder input. And so as we work with our schools and central office, we continue with that framework that was shared at the beginning of the presentation around equity, access, and opportunity. We want to have strong local programs, and we also want to build out our regional sites where appropriate. So the other thing that was shared by Dr. Pugh was that we're just presenting today what's happening in the Office of Curriculum and Instructional Programs, but there are programs all throughout other offices as well. Special education has programs. Title I in early childhood has programs, and technology. We have programs in our well-being office. So there are a lot of programs taking place and a lot of processes for identifying how those schools are selected. One of the things that we wanted to do with this process is really take a look at how we are all developing the schools and the programs to make sure that our work is more aligned. And so as we do that, if you can go to the next slide, we'll share with you some recommendations that we are putting forward. First, we want to make sure that we have a updated guidelines for how we as a district are going to select and place schools for programs. So that's the first recommendation. The second recommendation, if you can go to the next slide, please, is that we will have created a form or a document that includes really critical information that we believe everyone needs to consider when identifying schools and their locations and the program. And so we want to talk about what that looks like. So if you can go to the next slide. We have been meeting with all of the offices in central office and also with select principals representatives to talk about programs and what would need to be considered. And we got a lot of really great feedback from all of our offices and school leaders. So here are just a few examples. In addition to community interest and a need, we also really want to make sure that there's a strong rationale for a program. As we talk about the blueprint, we want to make sure that it's very much aligned to the work that we have coming up in the future. We want to make sure that we're clear about whether or not it's a whole school program, it's a pilot, if it's just a small program within the school. We want to think about the location. You saw the maps. You saw there are some areas on the map that don't have programs, and we want to make sure that we're considering that as we build new programs. What's the feeder pattern? Are there elementary, middle, and high school programs aligned to what we are considering? So that is something that we want to talk about. We also want to consider what other programs are in the area. Is there something similar to that in the area, or would this be new for a part of the district? Building space, technology, all of those needs are very important. We've built programs and the space became an issue a few years later. So going back and having those conversations very early is really critical. Transportation. It needs to be a part of the conversation at the beginning. Sometimes programs start very small and they grow, and then all of a sudden you need transportation and they weren't included. So we want to make sure that they are a part of the conversation at the beginning of our decision making. What staffing might be needed? What are the, who's in the leadership, and thinking about all of those components are really critical. So we've created a document. Technology Office is helping us fine-tune that document that really include all of this information for all of our central offices to consider as we build out programs in the future. So if you can go to the next slide, please.
Ms. Hazel?
Yes.
If I may just for a moment, I wanted to further support something that you just mentioned that I think stood out as a very good example. As Ms. Hazel was talking, and she brought up the importance of having the conversation like transportation at the beginning of a program. Earlier, they all said, you know, this is a part of what we want to do to create more opportunity for students across the district. But as a real-time example, this past year, we experienced transportation challenges in a way we have never experienced before, in which we were, for a while, trying to just cover our regular transportation needs. And so that's something that came up, while at the same time we were having conversations in a space about how we can expand transportation for some of our magnet programs. So this at times may become a conflict also. I just wanted to point that out because it's one that we did not anticipate, but as we're trying to expand access and opportunity, if there is a labor issue that is impacting it, it may require us pause in some ways so that we can get a basic operation covered, which is to provide students who are in homeschool programs transportation. And so I just wanted to highlight that because that was a real example that we faced this year, and it was one that clearly we didn't anticipate impacting us in this way, and it in some ways could be conflict with this process.
Yep, that's a perfect example. Thank you. So the next process that we want to share with you is our timeline. We all recognize that building programs takes time. And oftentimes it can take a full year to get everything set up from beginning to end, and depending on the program, sometimes more than a year. So we want all of our offices to consider this timeline when thinking about programming. In the fall, to really be clear about a program description and thinking about the budget, and if there is an accelerator at request, that they would share that early in the school year. That they would complete the form with all of the information that we just discussed and collaborate with all of the offices to collect the information needed. And then we are proposing a new process in around December that we would have what is called a cross-office program day, where all of the offices would come together with their program proposals, and in the same space with transportation and human resources and those who supervise principals, everyone in the same space to hear about the schools, the programs, the rationale, to take a look at those maps, and to consider all of our equity questions around what are we not considering, who do we need to have at the table, all of those components. And when we finally came to a decision about the programs for the following year, we would then be working with our school leaders, our association partners, and then developing with the community a timeline for implementation so that it was very clear, well thought out, that well deployed process. So this is what we are also proposing we implement for next school year so that there's more alignment across all of our offices. Next slide, please. So the final recommendation I'll share is just that we take a look at our program location distribution and assess the status of our high demand programs. We know when we took a look at the maps that Ms. Franklin shared, she talked about anecdotally already knowing from some community members what they want to see in certain areas of the district. We also have heard from communities, we like our local schools. We're not really interested in having programs in this area. But some families may say, well, we would be interested if the transportation didn't take 45 minutes or what have you. So there's lots of reasons why people apply or don't apply to programs. We have a lot of anecdotal data, so now it's time for us to formalize that process and really get out into our communities with surveys, with focus groups and other meetings to gain more of an understanding of how successful those programs are, in addition to working with the Office of Shared Accountability to evaluate those programs. So that is our third recommendation that we are bringing forward. So all of that, having a more cohesive central office process with a form that we can use where we all are collaborating, and then having the assessment process are our recommendations. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Pugh for next steps.
So our specific next steps are right in line with the superintendent's theory of action in that we are looking at a gap analysis to determine what resources we have, and in this case, what programs we have, and the support that is needed to help them be what they were designed to be. While we see gaps visually on the maps, we also, like Ms. Hazel said, need to explore why and what the families are thinking about when they're making their decisions about whether or not to attend regional programs or to attend their own homeschool programs. We'll also begin assessing the status of the existing programs, these including who's attending, what are the results for the students, are those the intended results, and to make solid recommendations for those people running the programs to move forward with support. It's also a good time because as we're moving to the blueprint, we are going to have to make changes with how we're designing our programs after 10th grade in line with those three pathways, APIB, dual enrollment, career technology or career and technical education, or a support pathway. We want to design really robust pathways for our students that give them the high-end new careers that are available. We heard our speaker last night speak about AI and energy. Those are real jobs that are coming to this area very quickly. And so we need to think about how we develop in the program to meet our industry needs. Next slide. So in summary, I'll say that our next steps, along with that new process, are really about trying to make sure that our students have access to very strong programs, both in their home school and regionally, and at the same time, promote accountability for the programs that we have in order to continue refining our implementation and making sound fiscal decisions. And then I'll just do a quick reminder, there are a number of attachments, appendices. There's a detailed timeline of the program development that you'll see. There are more detailed slides for upcoming programs. There's a list of the regional criteria-based programs by level. There's a list of the interest-based programs by level, and there's a list of the CTE career technical education programs by school, and the majority of those are local programs serving the local students at that school. And at that time, President Silvestri, that concludes our presentation and information.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the presentation. The board has had this topic on our priority list for quite some time now. And as you mentioned, Dr. McKnight, people in the community seem to think that there's programs that they're interested in, as you all have mentioned, that why does this school have that program and my school doesn't have that program? So there's a lot of interest in making sure it's equitable, I think, both access but also geographic, that we have opportunities. I know there's opportunities for students to participate in unique programs all over the county. And so I think this is the start of our conversation. We still, I was looking back to the anti-racist recommendation about consistency in access to resources throughout the county, and I know that's a challenge for us at times in a large school system. So thank you for the presentation. I encourage you to keep up the work with that equity lens. Are all children of all backgrounds from all parts of the county accessing these wonderful programs? And are we communicating effectively so that people moving into the area know what programs are available at their local elementary school? And of course, at those decision points when families have the option to choose the next level up. So if my colleagues have any questions, please turn on your light. Ms. Wolf.
Thank you for the presentation. I mean, it is really overwhelming when you look at the number of programs that we have. I guess my question is a little bit, it might seem a little bit strange, but it's really because I don't understand the staffing part of this, because I'm trying to figure out, when you create a new program, do you have to bring in new staff? And I'll tell you why I'm trying to understand this, because we need to focus on literacy and math. And so I'm wondering, when you think about expanding programs, there are probably some on here that don't have the number of people to even justify them further. But I'm wondering, should we be looking at, rather than expanding, putting some of that money into more math coaches, more literacy coaches in our elementary schools, in our middle schools, to bring up kids before we start thinking about new programming? And I don't know if you understand what I'm really trying to understand here.
Absolutely, about prioritizing, the core program that we're responsible for providing at every school
And not just that, but if you're bringing in staff for that, couldn't we use some of that money for counselors, for 504 support?
So, yeah, the board can make all of those decisions. I do think that it's important to remember that there is this thing, and I think they talked about it at county council, and everybody, shudders this concept of maintenance of effort. And in career technical education, because you're receiving federal Perkins funds, you're required to maintain a level of funding. So at least at the beginning, you would need to look at your programs, and it would be a process, probably a 2-year process, to eliminate programs to make sure students have the opportunity to get through them. But then your obligation is to continue to build programs that are maybe new, more relevant, that would address more needs of students. So it's not as though that career technology education funding that we're getting to support new program expansion federally, we have committed to spend that on a year-over-year basis by accepting those federal funds.
I'll have to think on what you said a minute about
Yeah,
that.
maintenance of effort is
No, I understand the Perkins funds. I don't think it really gets to what I'm trying to understand. Because you're not just talking about expanding CTE type of programs. You're talking about what I would call, regular education programs. And I understand that, but I just don't understand why, if we have money for that, we're not putting it in literacy and in math support in these schools to bring up the achievement.
Nikki?
Are you understanding?
I will just add, some of the programs don't necessarily require additional staffing. It may be, let's just take a middle years program, for example. It may just be that we need training for staff to understand how the middle years program works and to adjust items in the curriculum, things of that nature. Two-way immersion is another example. It doesn't necessarily require more staffing, but we may need to make some adjustments with the staff to make sure that we have the language teachers in the schools. So that's why it may take more than a year to make sure that we have things in place, but the staffing numbers will likely look the same. Sometimes for some of these programs, you may have a coordinator or something of that nature, but the staffing really is not a huge issue with a lot of the programs that we implement.
But even if you don't have staffing, you have funds going in.
Correct. Yes.
And I still
Mike.
get that.
Mike.
Oh, it died. I think it just.
Yeah, Mike.
Oh, it just died. Oh, it stopped making noise. I still say that if you have a certain level of funding that you've got to put aside for that, would that money be better spent on math and literacy support for our schools? And additional maybe counselors or support for 504, reporting, things like that. And you wanted to say something, Dr. McKnight?
Yes, please. I was just going to say you are absolutely right in what you're saying, Ms. Wolf, because one of the commitments that we've made, beyond a process of looking at programs, what's there and how and if we need to expand, is evaluating the fiscal component of it. That's actually going to be a big part that leads it, because every time we come forward and share an idea or a proposal of what we need to do, one of the questions we've committed to always bringing back to the board is, what is the fiscal note of this? And so that will then allow us to address the question, is there a need right now in front of us that we believe would be more appropriate to invest, if it's math or literacy, as a district, the school for a particular reason, that will help us use that data to answer that question. And then to your point, say, is this something that we think is a worthwhile investment or not? So I see that as a part of this process has to come into play, and then what we're bringing in budget proposal as well, which is also going to be elevated through the board sharing its priority with us before the budget is developed.
So let me just say, I didn't expect a real answer, but I want you to know that that's going to be one of the things I'm going to be looking at if you start talking about new programming. Would our money be better spent on math and literacy at the elementary school? The other thing I wanted to say is that, and you know what I'm going to say already because I looked at these heat maps, and I think that, we are still lacking programming in the east part of the county. So I want to understand, when you come up with the selection process, what's going to be the mechanism for input. I want you to remember that. I also want you to consider, for any new programming that you do develop, we're a large county. You could talk transportation all you want, but if you don't put something up county and something down county, it's not going to work. If you create a program, it's got to be in two parts of the county. It can't just be a one-part program because we're too large for that. The transportation, I live Silver Spring, just to go over to Rock Creek Forest, 7 stops took an hour and 5 minutes. It's too much. So it has to be available to the people up county, and it likewise has to be available to the people down county. Thank you.
Ms. Yang?
Hi, thank you so much for this work. Like my colleague has said, this give us, this is very informative, is where we can start our work. Okay, I'm of certain age. Those maps are so helpful, but they're so tiny online. But thank you, and it's very helpful. I actually applaud your effort to break the silo, if there are within our system, to have the cross-office day. I think that is a fabulous idea. Now, I do want to talk about slide number 12. This shows the array of high school programs, CTE programs that we have. And it is wonderful, but it does, our system need to support these programs, right? We have some federal funding, we might have some state fundings, and we have heard from the community that they want this funding, and Blueprint also want us to provide more for our kids. But these all cost money. So when I want the people out there, we're in the budget season. When you want our school to get our students college and career ready, we want them to have industry certification, that we need to fund our schools in order to be able to offer these wonderful programs. I also want to advocate. Let's look at page 16. I have, in my heart, there's a special place for our middle school students. There are, at times, when my kids are growing up, those are the most challenging years, middle school years. But I also, in terms of programming, I think middle school is, between our elementary school, a lot of literacy, math foundation, and then a high school, we're getting them to graduation, college and career track. Middle school years actually is the time we need to actually take a deep dive on what can we do in middle school years. And middle school years, if we are talking about starting ninth grade, really looking at if we can get students to graduate, what career and college option they can explore. Maybe that exploration need to come a little bit earlier. And middle school enrichment or middle school exploration, we need to look at. Now, it's a big county. Ms. Wolf mentioned East County a lot. Mrs. Rivera often say up county. Okay, then when we look at this map, though, it is we are all board member for all students, and if you look at this map, then you do notice there's a big empty gap in the middle right here. Okay, so I'm just saying that you have a tough job, but we are here to support you, and this is a good place for us to start. Thank you.
If I may, I just wanted to follow up again on Ms. Yang's comment about middle school. So we have really been looking at middle school from the perspective of some of the current data that we've gotten and looking at the impact of the pandemic. And middle school definitely is one in which we have focused in on that we're going to need to pay some very close attention to. But let's also gather that with, that's probably not a surprise in terms of why it looks that way here in Montgomery County and nationally, because that's one of the age groups of students in which you just said, where we know that engagement and taking in consideration their developmental state is critically important. I see all my middle school people shaking their heads. I've spent time with them. It's important. I've been in some conversation as well with our institutional education institution leaders, in Montgomery County about how some of the programs that we have established, we have an interest in thinking about how those programs can provide more exposure at the middle school level. It actually is a level that's where they're very exploratory, is what I would say. They're learning a lot about themselves, their environment around them, and that's why interest-based curriculum and experiences are so really important, because they are at a true discovery space. as we release the pathways for college, career, and community readiness, the team, Ms. Sharon and Dr. Addison and I have been talking about, even in the pathways, looking at that middle school space as a space in which we want to strengthen, looking at some milestones to further define what is happening with them at that age. So I just wanted to reaffirm that is a piece that we're already looking at. And when we think about the pathways, that's one of the areas that we're focusing on, that we may even want a little bit more time on, and focusing that from the middle school level. And programming is a big part of that. So we look forward to be able to bring more about that and having our curriculum team work with our other institutional leader work groups and others to map that out. Thank you for raising it. It is very, very important.
Mrs. Madrowski.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to add a quick comment. Thank you for bringing that up, and based on the previous thoughts around engaging adolescent learners, this summer we will be exploring an innovative summer program based on Dr. Murphy's feedback as well, where we're going to be combining math and engineering and robotics and looking at a way to engage students who need the support in math, but infusing it with creative concepts and hands-on learning, so that they're really thinking of themselves as learners through the lens of being the creators. So we're really excited about that, and we're also looking in order to help middle school students understand what their options are for high school, to understand the pathways that they might have access to, because we have so many different programs, looking at including all seventh graders and making sure that that they have an understanding in seventh grade. And we thought seventh grade at the end of this year was critical because registration begins at the beginning of eighth grade, and we did not want to wait until eighth grade. So we have something that's coming up. It's going to be really exciting, where all of our seventh graders in Montgomery County will be able to not just learn about options for high school, but we're designing it in a way where they will then have it as a resource, and they'll be sharing it with their parents. So we didn't want it to be one and done. We wanted it to be in a way where they could then next fall go back to all of those resources. And the really exciting part is that we have engaged our current high school students in all of our CT programs throughout MCPS. They have created videos for us, and so we're really excited to be sharing that resource for our adolescent learners.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. That was a little bit touched on one of my comments. So thank you for the work that y'all are doing on this. A lot of my thoughts have kind of already been expressed, so I'm just going to, particularly by Ms. Wolf, my concerns about making sure that we are fully evaluating what we already have, what's working, what's not working, before we put any more money into expanding anything, is a major priority for me. Making sure that all students are and families are aware of the options available and how many programs they're allowed to apply for. And as I continually bring up, starting early, starting in middle school, making sure that they know that if you want to participate in our nursing program, you need to have taken these courses before you apply, because that's a problem for a lot of kids. And then I just want to add, so I'm very excited about what you're going to share with us down the road in terms of all of that, but I'd like to just throw in there that if we could add an aspect of it where we follow, like through a text message, the application process for these programs has started today. Please click here if you would like to, get information or whatever that can go out to every parent and every student that's signed up for those type of things. You mentioned about the IB programs being regional or countywide. I don't know how exactly you're evaluating that, but I do personally strongly believe that they should either be all regional or all countywide. If we've got an overabundance of students applying to the Richard Montgomery program and they're not getting in, I sure hope that they're allowed to go to Watkins Mills, Seneca Valley, or any of the other IB programs as well, and encouraged to do so, not just allowed. But I love the recommendations, but I'm a little concerned about the timeline, and I feel like recommendation number 3 should really be recommendation number 1, because any policies or anything else that we want to consider and look at, as someone who has advocated for changes in policies like the academic priority change that we made, I think that we need to know what it is that we're trying to address before we just randomly put stuff in, because otherwise we have to go back and fix it. And then two quick questions. Consortiums, are we evaluating whether or not they're working as we intended? We talk about it all the time when we talk about boundary studies, but I'd like to know how we're evaluating it in terms of programming, number one. And number two, are we evaluating the effects of schools that do not have a special program? I've heard from principals in the past where they are concerned about, I know maybe it sounds silly, but rankings, when the top 500 schools in the country come out and they're like, well, we don't have a special program, and a lot of our students apply to other programs, and so we're never going to get on that list. I don't know that I think that that's, an appropriate response necessarily, because I think we should be able to manage that some other way. But I'm just curious as to how we're evaluating that kind of stuff too.
I think in response to, as a former both middle school and high school principal, what you're saying is right on. They advocate for their schools, right? They advocate for their students. They know their data right, left and right. They know what's impacting it. So I think that's actually a good thing that they're advocating. What I do want to say, though, as we move into the evaluation of programs and the discussion around how we talk about the theory of action, about differentiating resources, making sure we're taking the time to build staff capacity, and then building in those accountability pieces. I think that takes some time to do. So to do it fairly and to do it well for us and for me, looking at it now first time to say what is where and who is where, I think we owe it to our staff and to our students and to our schools to significantly invest in all the programs and equally support them. Make sure we're clear from here about what it is that we're asking people to do, what their accountability measures are, seek their feedback on what challenges they have so that we can help remove barriers as part of our role. And then we can say, okay, with all of the support that we've invested in this, because we at one point said this was a great program and brought it forward, and people said, let's do it, and there are people working every day who are invested in it. Once all of that work has been done, if there's still things that are saying this is not working for children or it's not working for all children, then I think it's easier to make that. But I think as a first step for the evaluation piece, we owe it to people to be clear about what we're actually going to measure of them, of their programs up front.
And I totally appreciate that. And I think you're 100% spot on. I just, like when we started talking in the beginning of the budget season about potentially expand, I'm a huge advocate for the extended year school programs and for the dual language programs and things. But I want to make sure that what we're currently doing is working and being effective, and we have the resources to support those programs before expanding them. And then my last question was in reference to what you were just saying, the 1,000+ students that don't get accepted, apply to a program of some sort, don't get accepted. What are their options in terms of, I know we've got great IB programs and honors courses at every single one of our schools, but how are we actually making sure that they feel like their educational experience is as fulfilling as they had hoped it would be when they made the application? That's a great question. So the first thing that happens is that when we send information out to all of the families of grade 8, they get a list of programs that they're eligible for, but they're also given information about their local school. So that's really important. That's information that came from the principals to please elevate that our local schools have rich programming, and we just demonstrated that. So that's the first thing. The next thing is that over time, we also send those lists of students to the high schools. So these are your rising grade 9 students who have been invited to different programs. We give them their information, and they are free to recruit them and talk to them and reach out to them so that they too can have opportunity to say to them, we have opportunities at our local school. What are you looking for in that program? We just want you to know that we have ways to recruit, we have ways to program for you at our local school. One of the things I didn't mention is that of the 1,601 students, they can only accept one program. So we have some students who are invited to like 8 programs, but they can only accept one. Can you apply it to as many as you want?
You can, as long as you're eligible. And so some of our students are eligible for about 18 programs, right? And so, but they can only accept one. So the day they get their letter, they need to go and play the lottery, because that's pretty amazing, because we've had students be accepted to five or more. But of the 1,600 students that we invited, over 400 declined. And that's part of the process, because at the time, November, you're just at the beginning of grade 8, and you're making decisions about what you're applying to. By the time you get your decision in January, February, your interests may have changed. You learn more about your high school, and so now you're at a place, well, I'm not sure. You go to the registration meetings, you find out where all your friends are going, you find out, these are all real true examples, and then you decide, I think I'm gonna return, or you meet staff at your local school, or, this is what happens to us every year, in August, after everybody has reconnected during the summer, I'm declining, and we're hastily trying to replace those seats. So that's the beauty of this process, is that it is built in, so students, we tell them, say yes as many times as you can until you realize this is not the program for you, and then we go and backfill those seats. So the students who say, those over 1,000 students, so half of them will get invited because they're likely on a wait list or a wait pool of another program. Or that they'll be recruited back. So yes, we believe in that every student should be made to feel special about their high school program.
Yeah, just for clarification on what you were talking about, though, the students that, we talked about this offline before this, but the numbers, it's students who applied versus students who didn't apply, but do we have the actual number of students who applied but didn't get in?
Yes, that was
I thought
100, that's the number.
Oh, right, okay. Right, yeah. Thank you.
And while I have the microphone, Ms. Wolf, I wanted to just comment about the Northeast Consortium and the programs, and because we were just providing a status quo of where we are right now. But this map will look different in the fall because we're also adding the middle school immersion program to White Oak, which has a program. And then our elementary schools, we have Drew has a center, Burt Mills and Page both have immersion programs. And then in the high schools, we have the Northeast Consortium where students have their choice of the signature programs, but in addition, we have the regional IB program at Springbrook. So we are certainly paying attention to the Northeast Consortium in great deal. And then this is the other comment I just wanted to make in terms of a balance, because I understand about us needing to think about how to deploy our resources to better serve our students. I think it's equally as important to ensure that we're enriching our students who need enrichment, whether it's through this regional program to help them stay engaged with the curriculum. And so these programs that are showing success with engaging students, and we're seeing that with strong academic profiles, regular attendance, participating in extracurricular activities, we want to ensure that these kinds of programs speak to them. So they should always continually involve. And I just believe that the community is entrusting all of us to make those decisions. But I understand the difficulty and how we have to deploy resources when we have such competing needs. But both groups are equally important to ensuring that they're getting and having a very rich experience in education.
I just wanted to respond about the Northeast Consortium. You know that this has been sort of a sore spot for the East County residents because they feel that Sherwood should be a part of that grouping. And I wanted to know if there's any thought or consideration being given to that, because the reason that it was created no longer even really has not been fulfilled. But yet, we have people that live across the street from a school, and their home school is way down the street. You know what I mean? Like the people that live at Hampshire Greens have long wanted to be able to even apply to Sherwood. They can apply to Blake, but their home school is further away. It seems to me that that's something that we need to take a look at, because not only does it create a transportation issue, it could be resolved because a lot of them could cross the street and walk. But the reason for creating the consortium doesn't exist. well, it may exist, but it's not being implemented.
Ms. Harris?
Because that was I asked you. So just in response, the METIS report did do evaluation on the consortia. And the recommendation that they had for the consortia, both the Down County and the Middle and the Northeast Consortium, is that these are very embedded in the community and they do provide engaging opportunities for students, the variety of programs that exist there. But the one thing that they did recommend is that the system needed to do a better job of making the programs more distinct for families so that families had clear pictures on which programs could provide the pathways. So that was one of the pieces of feedback that did come up from that piece of it. And your discussion about how the Northeast Consortium formed, right, that was our first consortium and it was formed with Sherwood High School supposed to be part of the attendance area. And we certainly will take that feedback back. We have not heard from other communities about revisiting that, reconstructing the consortium, but it's certainly something that we can take back to review.
Ms. Harris?
Yeah, thank you. And first of all, I just want to say again that I appreciate all the good work of everybody in this room to create a truly inclusive and affirming school system, and I'm going to keep saying that so we continue to have the courage we need to have to make sure every student feels safe, welcome, and valued when they step into a classroom. I do have a question about slide 16, and while they're pulling that up, another clarifying question. What is the primary years program at College Garden? It's reflected on one of the slides.
So primary years program is the elementary version of your middle years program and your IB program.
Okay.
We only have one in the district.
Got it.
Yes.
Got it. And then I just want to make a couple comments. When you're looking at this data collection, and I really do appreciate, I think for way, way, way too long, sort of the way we've decided to put programs and the rapidity with which we've quickly added programs in schools goes to Ms. Wolf's comment about why are we spending all this money, because sometimes that has not really been a good match and the programs haven't achieved what we've hoped they would achieve. But so getting on Ms. Mondrowski's question, I really would like to see, when you're coming back with the data analysis and projections about what we want to do and how we want to move forward, the supply-demand issue, how many students for each of the truly application programs and the lottery programs, the number that get in versus the number that apply. And when you're looking at, you highlighted the number of students who don't apply at all, and whether we are asking those students, is there a specific reason? And if we can find, if something emerges like, well, it is the transportation piece, or no program I'm truly interested in is accessible to me, that's good information to have. And then when we're looking, and I'd also be interested to see, when we're looking at the students who apply to go to a different school than their home school, are we seeing, significant imbalances at school to school in numbers of kids that do apply or don't apply? So are we having like huge numbers of kids at these schools apply and almost nobody at these schools apply? So that I think is also something that we need to be thinking about when we're looking at whether and how to expand opportunities. So my question looking at slide 16 here is, it looks like from that map, and I agree with Ms. Yang, my eyes are not what they used to be, and I do appreciate these appendices, which really explained a lot of the data that you went through. But it looks like we have two-way immersion middle schools, Lakelands Park and Newport Mill. Is that true? I did not know we had two-way immersion. I know we've got, 7 two-way immersion elementary schools, but
So to accommodate the one-way and two-way immersion students going into middle school, we needed to establish new middle school programs. So one will be Lakelands Park in the fall, along with White Oak Middle School. And then in fiscal year 2025, Newport Mill will become a two-way immersion school as well.
It's fantastic.
awesome.
Yes.
Okay. Question answered.
Great.
And then, so I noticed one thing we did not talk about today at all are our programs for our our students with special needs, like our autism programs, and we used to call it our emotional disabilities program. We call it something else now. Is that another conversation to look at the accessibility of those and how students are accessing those programs?
Right, so that's the other half of my job is that
Got it.
whole, managing that whole process. And actually, they have quite a comprehensive process that is year-round happening because the placement of their programs and resources is really based on the individual needs of the students. And so where the students are in a pathway, making sure that they have, and their staffing and resources are annually reviewed and moved. What we'd like to do for them, and they have agreed, is that on draft day, or whatever we're calling it, program day, that they be considered at that too, because that is an important consideration, that to know, this school has the SES program, and we're trying to put in a whatever program. So it'll be part of the discussion at that point, for awareness and for consideration about, is that a good match? Thank you for bringing them up. Yes, they're not, they weren't part of this presentation, but they are definitely important in considering where programs go and how we serve our students and families based on where they live.
Okay, yeah, thank you. And then another thing I really like to see us develop when you're doing the data collection, taking a deep dive, there are certain programs in our county that are truly, truly excellent and unique, and that are just simply enormously inaccessible to most students in the county. And I would just highlight at the high school level, the Global Ecology Program at Poolesville, the Visual Arts Center at Einstein, and the CAP program at Blair. And then looking at the 4 magnets in the middle schools, the Math Science Magnet at Tacoma Park and Clemente, and the Humanities Magnet at Eastern and MOK. I've long, at least a decade, been advocating that those programs be franchised with true fidelity and quality. When we look at the massive landmass of our county, to me, I think, if you kind of square it up a little bit, those great programs, CAP, Global Ecology, Visual Arts, should be available at least if you look like the 5 on a dice. So more students can truly and actually truly get there. And just to highlight the true excellence of these programs, I'm a huge, some of you know, a huge fan of the C-SPAN Student Cam documentary competition every year. And there's a reason that last year, so nationwide competition, thousands and thousands of students from thousands of schools enter. There's a reason that year in and year out, MCPS wins 30 to 35% of the prizes in that competition. But they're highly, highly located in students that are in the IB Magnet at RM, students who are in the CAP program at Blair. And if you look at last year's grand prize winner were 2 7th graders from Eastern. And this year's grand prize winners were 2 8th graders from MLK. So they're in those special programs that are truly, truly excellent, that just are not accessible to enough students. And so those are the kinds of programs I really want us to focus on franchising out and really making them, even if we don't do anything else with any other programs, those are so important and so special and so successful that we really need to make them accessible to more students. Thank you.
Let's go to Evan.
Just echoing what some of my colleagues, so thank you so much. I'm going to try to be brief and focus a lot on access. But I just have a quick question about the Lakelands dual. Is that the kids from Gaithersburg Elementary that are going to be going there?
No, the students who are going the students going from Gaithersburg Elementary will go to Gaithersburg Middle School. And Gaithersburg Middle School currently has a French program, so they're expanding to Spanish as well. So they'll have both.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that, because I was like, okay. So I wanted to go back to slide 11. So I just wanted to ask a few questions that maybe you can help, maybe you don't have it now, but I really would like a breakdown on geographics, and I think Board Member Smodrowski kind of touched on it lightly about the demographics, but also the geographic breakdown of those numbers for me would be really, really helpful.
So annually, what
your mic.
Just leave it on. Yeah.
So we annually prepare this. So we have this data prepared for you every summer. And so you might have just recently got it for last year's data because we redesigned our memorandum. But we have, I'm happy to give you this lovely binder of like years and years. This is probably like a good 25 years of data. Would you, yes, this is your gift for today. And what it demonstrates, what it will show you is exactly what Ms. Smondrowski had asked for. It shows the racial demographics of students who applied, the racial demographics of student invited, and then numbers, and then the composition of that. So you have a sense, are students being disproportionately invited from certain groups? All of that. So that is available. And we can make that available to you just in an email, just again, to collect all that. But we do prepare that for each program. So you have it for aviation, and then you're going to have it for math science, and you're going to have it for the communication arts. But we do prepare it for all programs.
That'd be great if we could do that. That would give me a better idea also, at least in my district, where some of these connects are. So I'm going to tell you, as somebody who gets a lot of messages from parents and so on, the biggest issue that I get from parents are like, I had no idea that this even existed in my kid's school. So for me, the access to information is so vital. And I'm not just talking with first, generation parents. I'm talking in general that, they don't understand that all these programs are available to their 8th graders. Even in my own family, like I had to educate, I have an 8th grader niece, and to sit down with my cousins and went through, and they had no idea all the plethora of programs that we have. But I did appreciate one situation at Kennedy where this young woman she has a great GPA, and they contacted her parents and said she actually will be a great candidate. But that is up to each individual high school principal to do that. So my issue is, as policymakers, that should not really be optional in a sense. It should be something that, because if we're truly talking about being deliberative about inclusion and equity, I think we need to do everything we can in our power to be able to achieve that. So when we look at some of these programs and we see, we went to a couple of high schools this week. We saw the aviation one at Magruder. We went to Northwest High School, and it was great. We saw, the Ulysses one, and also the Montgomery College, which I think is overwhelming for an 8th grader to be making that decision that they want to actually. But they are 8th graders that are overachievers and so on. So, but I just want to make sure that the access issue, we have to be able to dominate that issue. Otherwise, we cannot be able to talk freely about being inclusive and having equity, because I hear the passion in Dr. McKnight's, presentations about us being able to graduate these young people ready for either college or with a certificate in one hand and a high school diploma in the other. We're not going to be able to achieve that unless we get this basic, right? And with the populations that we know, either, whether they're in the East County or in the App County, to be able to have that access. So I thank you so much for your work, but I just think that still, to me, is not very clear on that communication, specifically with the parents. But even in 6th grade, we should be starting to tell these kids, this is what is available to you once, when you get to 8th grade. We should be delivering about the college readiness, but also about the job readiness as soon as those kids are in middle school. Middle school scare me. Middle school kids scare me because they're just really, their antennas are like, they're very perceptive. And so I think we need to take advantage of that. So if you could do that, that would be amazing.
I'm going to go on. Mr. Kim, yes. Please, Mr. Kim.
Okay, I just wanted to pose a question. I mean, along those lines, as you've mentioned, policy ACD and the anti-racist audit as well really align us to a firm stance on creating diverse school communities. And I think programming and programs like the ones we're discussing really open a gateway and could be a powerful lever into achieving that. So I really just want to pose a question as we talk about assessment and evaluation. I know of districts who have an application and admissions process for like all of their high schools. I know of one that has really concretized their effort to have school communities that are representative of the entire district's diversity by setting a number. Within a margin of 20% of the school is within these certain demographics. So to really solidify what that means to create diverse school communities and using programming, certainly for programs and perhaps well out of the scope of today's conversation, schools as well. So I just wanted to pose that question if that might be helpful and can't really be able to concretize that effort.
I'm trying to think about it in two different ways because there are assessment processes in place for the career technical programs, and they're different. So we would be creating new markers and looking at new demographics, and would we want to do that in a regional way, like regional norms, or would we say the whole county has to be representative of? So I think it bears looking into, obviously, if we're looking at proportionality and who has access. And then there are a number of ways. So this is sort of laying the groundwork of where we are and then looking at sort of participation and options. I do think that's been some of the strategic work to build programs. That's where that has focused in the past years. So to answer your question, I think there's a number of ways to achieve that so that it's not disproportionate in representation of programs, and whether that means every single high school, every single program, or our local norms.
Something to think about.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I want to thank you all for the presentation. Dr. Murphy, yes.
Yes, I wanted to suggest, given today's conversation and discussion and the energy I hear that the board has to be able to move forward, that we slate this for the upcoming calendar year on the school board agenda sometime in October. We will have baseline data by then, and we will be able to assess where we are. What I'm lining up is that then we could come back, I'll call it late fall, early winter. And then if we want to make any changes for 24-25 school year, we could begin to make those adjustments, however slight they may be, but we could begin to open the door to some of the things that I think I'm hearing the board wants to consider. And I think one that just is ripe is the one that Ms. Wolf spoke about with the consortium. So I'll put that out for further discussion, offline, but I think I wanted to kind of put a marker in place for us to be able to move forward with that. And Dr. McKnight, I don't know if you want to make any comments.
I agree. And I love the timeline because it allows us, again, I keep coming back to using the data. When we have the data, we can make better informed decisions. It aligns within the timeline if there are any fiscal attachments to it. And third, we have a chance to engage our communities and their voices in the spirit of transparency. So
let's keep that in mind for our agenda setting meetings. Thank you for the presentation. We can move on to the next meeting, next agenda item, please.
I'm just hoping that maybe we keep that in mind too as we move into the next discussion area, because I feel like they're intertwined very much so, and I thought maybe you were going to actually say, why don't we even hold off on this until we can have more of the data and everything else to evaluate, but.
All right. Thank you to the team, Ms. Hazel, Ms. Franklin, Dr. Pugh, Ms. LaGrange. Thank you so much. All right, we're going to move through quickly for the next transition as the conversations are very much developed. So this part of our board presentation is focused on district accountability and evaluation framework. And I think this brings forward discussion that we have been having, particularly after the pandemic, thinking about how are we going to put in more structures of accountability to look at our development of all of our programs, of our students' learning, just all of it, everything accountability. Yesterday when I was at County Council for our Education and Culture Committee meeting, providing some context for our budget, one of the comments a council member brought up was, everybody's talking about accountability. And we all should be talking about accountability all the time as it relates to our students. But we also want to be consistent in how we define that. And so I am thrilled that, myself and the board, we have always agreed on the fact that accountability is important. But then now that we are not managing COVID-19, and its needs in a constant environment, we can actually focus on what that looks like in all of the areas of our school system, and especially in the environment of thinking about how do we do that in the most fiscally responsible way. So I am thrilled to have this discussion today. I welcome to the table Ms. Sharon and Dr. Addison. The two of them and Dr. Murphy and I have spent much time together over this year really mapping out a lot of this work. I mean, at the table, in my office. Now, that's not where it all happens. They go and get all the feedback from the parents, from the staff, from the community, from our students, and everyone, and then we come back together and we process that. And I must say, one of the things that I am most proud of in this work is when I came into this position, I heard from our community a lot that, you know, MCPS decides what it wants to do, and then it asks us to react to it. We want to be a part of actually baking the pie, per se. And this process, while it's one that we've taken some time, almost, I feel like it's been a full year, to map this out, it has been very inclusive of so many voices in our system. And I think, I know, and I hope it projects the message that when we take the time that we need to do the things that we need to, then we come up with a much better outcome for everybody. And so even as we're hearing for the cries of we need this, we need that, we need this, and we get that all the time, and we expect it, we have to continue to prioritize what it is and taking the time to do it. So I am so grateful to everyone who's contributed to all of these processes. The first one that we're going to talk about today is just one of the recommendations I want to say from the anti-racist audit is that MCPS needed to improve its mechanisms for accountability. That was loud and clear in the audit. And the good news is I completely agreed, and I am one that embraces accountability, as well as the board. And it talked about better accountability would help us be able to build on rebuilding trust and ensuring that all of the programs that we have in the system actually meet the goals that they were intended to meet. So I do feel like the anti-racist audit just confirmed a lot of the work that we'd already started. And I will say that MCPS has always had a dynamic office in the Office of Shared Accountability, in which they have provided a really comprehensive evaluation of programs. But Dr. P has left the room, so I can't ask her the question, but I'm going to guess 4. In terms of the number of programs that we have in the school system that serves 162,000 students today. Okay, I'm talking about our enrollment now. 162,000 students in 210 schools that meets the need of a diverse community, and I mean diverse in every way, in such a large geographic space. We're not talking about 10 programs, we're not talking about 20, we're not talking about 50. We're talking many programs. I would anticipate close to 100, if that. So, with that said, I will, Dr. Addison, how many researchers do we have in our Office of Shared Accountability?
When I think about program evaluators, we have 4.
4 for a system this size. Now, I share that because what I want to say is, given the current resources that we have, I don't always start with the question of what more do we need. I have to say that to you. I think about that. You know, I try to teach Aiden McKnight every day, not more of what you need. How do you better use what you have, right? And that's the lesson we always want to model as fiscal stewards within the school system. With that said, we have to think about 4 researchers, all of these programs, what are going to be the programs that we evaluate throughout each year, because it cannot be all of them. But with that said, I'm excited about this presentation because what the team has spent time working across office in the system on is we have many people who are responsible for all of these programs. How can they better evaluate and implement an ongoing process to evaluate every program in the system, but within their offices? And that means constantly looking at growth. And are we meeting the goals that we intended to meet? Are we not meeting them? Because then what are we going to do about it? And we don't have to wait until it comes through a formal evaluation process to do that. And that is what we should be doing. So that's what they're going to be sharing today, because that's the best way for us to actually go about doing our work. And I am excited about that. And then we need to say in our research office, what are we going to prioritize in that space? So that's a part of what we're going to be discussing today. The second part of this presentation, I'm just saying this now because I want them to be able to go through the entire thing, is the excitement about the pathways to college, career, and community readiness. We've spent a year mapping this out, and the first acknowledgement in that process is that in a system of the size and for all the needs that we meet, dual programs, dual degree programs, many of our students are graduating from high school, and at the same time, they're graduating with a certificate from Montgomery College. Some of them, I've spoken to them at the end of the year saying to me, you know, I've got accepted to these colleges, but I actually want to go become an entrepreneur and do this. Whatever it is that they want to do, it is our job to prepare them and set them up for those opportunities to exist. And I believe strongly in the feedback that we've gotten. I believe in the work that we've done, that the pathways that we have outlined will be an accountability tool that we use outwardly with our public so that they understand how students are progressing, and that means all students. So breaking down, making sure that these milestones, academic milestones and competencies that you're going to hear about in a moment, meet the needs of all students in Montgomery County Public Schools, how we're monitoring those areas of milestones and competencies, and making sure that we're looking at how all students are progressing towards them, are meeting them, and addressing what happens if they are and if they are not, and what we're doing to get them closer to that. So as we look at the pathways today, know that I want it to be shared language and shared understanding with all the staff in every single school, for all of our community members to truly define how are our children doing with their learning and development of the competencies that we've outlined. And this is going to be a tool for us to use to do what? Number one, build staff capacity. Staff have got to know and understand what needs to be done so that our students are meeting these goals. Number two, that we are communicating with our students and families and increasing opportunities for them to know and understand the language that we're using to define how students are meeting those goals. And third, it's an accountability tool that every school is going to be able to use, and we're going to be responsive in how we support them based on what this tool tells us. And that's where the accountability piece comes into place, and we're able to differentiate that. So I was happy to see some of our directors in the room as well. And I said, that's right, Mr. Adams, Dr. Stetson, Dr. Redmond Jones, all of them, Sasik, I'm stop calling names because I'm going to miss someone. But it's good to see them in the room because this really gets into the crux of their work and then how they're supporting schools. And these milestones and competencies are the things that we'll be measuring across this entire district. So we have coherence, which was another word that we heard in our anti-racist audit that we lacked. And it also drives their work more intentionally and specific in schools so that we're meeting the needs of all students. So I told them that I was not going to give this presentation today, that I was going to allow them the opportunity to do that, but I felt so attached, as I should, I think, as superintendent, in this work because it does speak to the crux of what we should be doing in the school system. So I'm going to nicely hand the presentation over to them so that they can get the discussion started. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. McKnight, and we do appreciate your enthusiasm as it shows your support and commitment to this work, which is so critical for our system. Next slide. So this is what Dr. McKnight already framed for us as far as the outline for today. We're going to talk about just the framing big picture of district-wide monitoring and accountability structures. We're going to hit on the pathway to college, career, and community readiness. And then we're also going to be talking about how we both formally engage in program evaluation as well as what we're going to be instituting and what we are instituting around ongoing program monitoring. Next slide, please. So I want to frame our conversation today through the district theory of action. And Dr. McKnight mentioned this just now when she was speaking. Today's focus is really on the structures of accountability. But the structures of accountability is very unique in our theory of action. While all three levers are critical components to improving student outcomes, the structures of accountability almost serve as a driving lever for the other two. When we have strong structures of accountability, that allows us, as Dr. McKnight just stated, to figure out what do we need to do to build capacity of the staff and how do we do that. And then the accountability structures will also allow us to effectively determine What resources do we need to differentiate, as we just heard and talked about in our last presentation around the work? So without structures of accountability, and we talked a little bit at the county council yesterday about a three-legged stool, you can think about these, the theory of action like a three-legged stool as well. If you took away those structures of accountability, that stool would not stand in order to support student outcomes. Next slide, please. So this graphic is just a frame for you, a big picture on how all of this fits together. As we've talked about the strategic plan and numerous times throughout board presentations, both formally and informally, we have frequently stated that the strategic plan is our what. It is what the Board of Education is charging the district to measure. It has our objectives, it has our targets, and also includes our key strategies to get there to ensure everybody in our district is college, career, and community ready. We want to think of the how. How do we get to those objectives in the strategic plan? And one of the key ways that we do that is through effective school improvement planning process. This is the school-wide objectives, targets, and strategies that are uniquely designed for the unique needs of a community that align with the strategic plan goals in order to make progress. And then you have our why. Why is the pathway to college, career, and community readiness? This is our framework that outlines the individual student academic milestones, the skill competencies and experiences to be college, career, and community ready. When we think about the why, we want to think about the pathway as being our North Star. This is our ultimate goal. This is why we do everything that we do, is to get our students to this level, and everything else is there to support it. The anti-racist audit action planning, you can see at the bottom, and this is also in reference to what Dr. McKnight said. When we think about the work of the audit, equity needs to be evident in not only how we examine our accountability structures, but in how we create the conditions in each and every space to ensure that our children are safe, valued, seen, and heard. Additionally, when we think about those cross-domain recommendations in the anti-racist audit around coherence, equity-centered capacity building, accountability, ongoing program monitoring, and relational trust, those are the cornerstones or serve as the foundation of all the work that is happening in our strategic plan, our school improvement process, and our pathway. Next slide, please. So this is another view for you to take a look at the accountability structures. In the previous slide, we shared about the fact that we have student-level accountability, school-level accountability, and district-level accountability. This slide just shows you a little bit of an additional lens with a bit more detail in here to add a couple more structures that are critical to accountability in our system. First, you will see here in those three buckets, you will see evidence of learning in the equity accountability model. While we are focusing on our pathway that shows our path for K through 12 for our students to reach, it does not negate the fact that a multiple measures approach to determining and evaluating our progress is still going to be a critical component of our work. And the milestones in the pathway are going to be threaded through evidence of learning as well as our equity accountability model. You will also see up here a critical accountability structure of our professional growth system. Without our professional growth system, how are we to hold our staff to the high expectations in service to our students in the district? It also allows us to determine how best to build the capacity of staff to serve our learners. Then you've got program budget. I heard in the previous presentation, we were talking about, how are we going to be transparent and understand how to invest and what programs to invest. And I think that is, as we're talking about shifting and adding that program budget component, our budget colleagues always say the budget is our strategic plan in numbers. Right? And that is exactly why program budgeting is going to be at a critical accountability structure that will provide that transparency in how we're evaluating our return on investments. You see district-wide surveys up there because what we have to always remember is that it's not always only about, and this is what the audit communicated to us as well, it is not only about the quantitative measures that we can do to evaluate our progress, but the qualitative experiences that our student, staffs, and community are having that allow us another lens into determining how to improve our work. We have our board presentations and memos, which are our public accountability structures and our opportunity to get feedback and engage in discussion about our work. So you'll also see one more box up there. that we added that you're going to be learning more about today, a little bit more about today, and that is progress monitoring. So it is critically important that we have summative measures that evaluate and hold ourselves accountable. But if we're not measuring our progress along the way in that what and how and why component, if we're not measuring that along the way, then that's when we get surprised by what the results are that say. And we shouldn't be surprised by what end results are saying if we are monitoring along the way. It's also critical to remember that when we're taking a look at student achievement, it usually doesn't go in a straight line. Okay, when we're working with children, achievement's not usually always in a straight line. Sometimes it looks like a little crooked. And the reason it does is because we have to monitor what's working, take a look at the multiple factors that impact student achievement, then make adjustments and changes and not be afraid to make those shifts along the way to ensure all of our students are getting what they need every day. So that's why that ongoing monitoring of our progress is going to be critical. So now what we're going to do on the next slide is just take a look again at our pathway to college, career, and community readiness. So this is a 3-component pathway. You're going to see on this graphic, we have academic milestones. These are the academic milestones, and as you can see, K through 12, that we are going to be measuring. They are backed by research. They also are aligned with the blueprint that allow us to say, what do we want our students to know and be able to do by certain stages. We have brought this to principals. We have brought this to community organizations. We have brought this to students just most recently this week who gave us so much great feedback about what their thoughts are around this and how best to make this operational so all students can achieve. So you can see in K through 3, we're really focusing on that elementary foundation, really focusing on that learning to read. That is such a critical component. As we shift into the middle school years and the upper elementary school years, we're examining students meeting and exceeding grade level or course standards in math and literacy. Middle school is really, and Dr. McKnight talked about this earlier before, this is where we really have to focus on that engagement of the learner. And we have to think about how we're shifting that focus from learning to read or learning to do basic foundational skills in math to now applying our learning in other ways. So we are going to be measuring that through meeting or exceeding grade level or course standards in math and literacy. And then we have our high school milestones that we're taking a look at. We want to make sure that we're planning early for being on track for graduation. We want to make sure that they're doing that in 9th grade, so we're not waiting till 12th grade to say, oh my God, some of these kids are not ready. So we want to measure who is and is not on track. We're going to be taking a look at college and career readiness as measured by the blueprint and MSDE in literacy and math in grade 10. Completing and passing Algebra 2, which is a critical indicator of success in college and beyond, as well as graduation. And as you can see here, we have graduation with a goal of a 3.0 or higher GPA, but we also note a certificate of completion as well for our students that may not be diploma bound, as well as taking a look at that industry recognized credential that we want to make sure that students are striving for who are in those pathways. So you also see on the bottom here another component of the pathway, because we really tried to be innovative with the development of this local accountability structure to not just say it's just about academic milestones. We know in this day and age we have to think more robustly about what our students are going to need by the time they leave us. And what we need to remember here is that it's not just about that every kid needs to be able to demonstrate by the time they leave us. That's the second component. This work was started in 2019 in Dr. Genevieve Floyd's shop in OSIP around working with our industry partners, working with our local universities and stakeholders to determine what are the skills that students need to be college, career, and community ready. What are they? How do we define those? Those are identified on the bottom of there. And then we're also working on identifying what are the critical experiences that every single student should have the opportunity to participate in K through 12 that are aligned with those core competencies. So we can say it doesn't matter if you are at Blair or you're at Wheaton or you're at Whitman, you will be able to have a robust experience where we're developing these capacities for you in an equitable way across the system. So that's a very high level of our pathway. What's the beauty of this pathway is that it is an iterative process, that we've been working with stakeholders to get feedback along the way, and we're going to be continuing to do that as we build this out and work on our next component of starting to engage with our community around this. And what does this mean? What do these competencies mean? How does that look in schools? How do we back map and support schools around this work? I had a really great conversation the other day in the car with our fabulous Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Kapunen. We were talking about the pathway because she just had an opportunity to be digging into it. I think she actually had a conversation with Dr. McKnight about it. And one of the questions we get a lot already about this pathway is, well, what are you saying? If my kid is not reading at that Lexile score by the end of 3rd grade, that's it? They're done? What does that mean? She gave me a great analogy yesterday in the car. And what she said to me was, I kind of equate this to when you have parents that come in and their child's not walking yet. And we say there's that range, right? You walk, you got to learn, the kids should be walking, and I apologize, Dr. Caputo, and I'll probably mess up this milestone, but by 14, 16 months, they should be walking. And then you get the parent that comes in and says, my kid's not walking yet. No doctor is going to say, yeah, that's too bad for you. It's too late. Your kid's probably not going to walk. No, we expect that we're going to get them walking. And then parents are provided resources, supports. Maybe there's some testing that gets done to help support that child so that we work with them along the way. And that is the vision of the pathway. A milestone doesn't mean that if you don't hit it exactly right, that's it, we're just giving up on you. And it also means that if you're exceeding that, we need to make sure that we're putting supports in place for you to continue to grow. So I wanted to share that analogy with you because it really resonated with me when she shared that with me today. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to shift the presentation now that we've talked about the high-level framing about the importance of our structures of accountability. And now Dr. Addison is going to talk about 2 components. She's going to be talking about formal program evaluation that is done by our Office of Shared Accountability and give you some historical perspective on that as well as what the ongoing program and progress monitoring looks like and is going to be continued to build out and look like to create that coherence across the system and that transparency to build that relational trust. Dr. Addison.
Thank you, Mrs. Sharon. Good afternoon, Dr. McKnight, Mrs. Fustere, Mrs. Evans, and members of the board. So as we think back, and next slide, please, as we think back and connect to the pathway, it is important for us to ensure that we know how those resources are used. And as Dr. McKnight opened in her framing, the structures of accountability, the work that we do, and of course I love data pen to show how I'm excited I am about this. These serve as our district reports to ensure that we are effectively supporting teaching and learning. And one way, again, that we do this is through the consistent process to monitor and identify the impact of programs. And so earlier, Dr. Pugh and her team talked about the various programs that are available, and we have additional programs that are in the district that we also need to ensure that we are monitoring. And so if you think about the key levers in the district theory of action mentioned by Mrs. Sharon, and this is all about the implementation of accountability structures. This slide serves as what I'll refer to as your quick reference guide for the way that we address this in the district. We have monitoring and identifying program impact. And so this is not new work, but we recognize the importance in clarity in understanding, consistency of approach throughout the district, and communication to our internal and external stakeholders of how we approach this work. One way for this examination, as Mrs. Sharon just shared, is the Office of Shared Accountability. We conduct formal program evaluations. They are unbiased, objective, and conducted by trained evaluators and researchers in the district. I'll share a little bit more about that as we progress through the presentation. The other method is the ongoing monitoring by program managers of the program or an initiative. And the program manager is close to the work. They are the direct supervisor sometime of the program and often charged to provide that direct oversight of the program, not only the services, but also the finances. And so let's transition to the next slide to see a little bit more about what the program manager does. So the program manager, again, is often a senior level leader who has a number of responsibilities related to the implementation and oversight of a program. However, before sharing of those responsibilities, it's important to highlight the executive sponsor. That's the individual who's typically at a higher level than the program manager. And as you see on this slide outline, one of their responsibilities is to help champion the work. They are the person who might receive a request for a program to be implemented in, the associated budget and supports and securing approval of that budget. And they also help remove any barriers as well as facilitate the internal decision-making conversations related to the program or the project. The program manager, on the other hand, serves again as the point person and the liaison for program initiatives. They are not only responsible for communicating with and connecting project and program stakeholders to the right resources and the right people, but they also are documenting the analysis, keeping track of what's happening against the planned activities of a program. And so some of their characteristics, their responsibilities are outlined on this slide. And if I had to categorize them, I would say it's about program planning, program execution, ongoing monitoring, and financial management, all of which allow for periodic reporting and as needed reporting on program activities that have been implemented. Next slide, please. That was like the drum roll. So, all right. So now you probably are familiar with SMART goals. And, typically programs have SMART goals. They're important. They're great. But as we truly embody being a district that advances equity in all that we do for students and continue on our journey to being an anti-racist district, we recognize the need for SMART-E goals. I don't have any Smarties, it's okay. The SMART portion is the same as you imagine. SMART, that's S being specific goals to ensure that it provides a detail of who's involved, what will be accomplished, and the reason. Next, defining those measurable goals that include a target to let the program manager know what is being implemented is going to be successful. When I think about measurable and the question about evidence, I often say to my daughters, what's the evidence to support that claim? All right, so that's what I think about there. It basically is ensuring that we have evidence that will be gathered as a designation of achievement of success of whatever this program is. Now, the establishment of specific and measurable goals also need to be achievable and attainable, and we want it to be a realistic goal that's established. And the R and the T are for relevant and time-bound. So that's the SMART part. Now on to the I and the E, which again, we ensure our commitment to inclusion and equity that are anchored by tangible and actionable steps. So let me give you an example of a SMART-E goal. And I had to be really careful when I crafted it because I didn't want my colleagues to be like, why did you pick my program as the example? So I picked one that is driven by shared accountability. So an example would be by the end of the 2023-2024 school year, that's the time-bound and achievable, the results of the Culture and Equity Climate Survey will demonstrate a 20% increase in positive results or responses, measurable, from students, staff, and families, and increase will occur among identified groups, inclusive and equitable. So really intentionally identifying all of those pieces in that SMART-E goal. And when I say identified demographic groups, when we think about the years of my team implementing climate surveys, we intentionally focus on groups that we may not have high response rates, right? So our goal is we put some processes and strategies in place to improve that. Next slide, please. So here you see this slide provides some examples of our equity of impact questions. In the presentation from Dr. Pugh's team, you heard Mrs. Hazel reference some of these questions that engage and our staff engage in as they're thinking about the implementation of programs and also as they're developing goals. We want to ensure that we're constantly thinking about equity as we develop them. Next slide, please. Now we transition to formal evaluations that are undertaken by the Office of Shared Accountability. Now, I don't want to put my adjunct professor hat on, but I had to put in a definition of what's program evaluation. And so program evaluation is the systematic collection of information about the activities, characteristics, and outcomes of programs for use by people to reduce uncertainties, improve effectiveness, and make decisions. And I was intentional to read that to you because it is important that we understand what is program evaluation, and that last part about make decisions is really one of the goals of why we do what we do. And as I heard you all earlier, watching from afar, I definitely heard as we talked about some of the programs that my team has evaluated and how it has informed and helped inform your decision-making around how to proceed and next steps. And so when we think about this work, what you also see are two types of program evaluation. There are many, but these are the main two that we implement in our district: process or implementation evaluation and outcome evaluation. And the process is really kind of what's happening, how is it being implemented. This might be where we're thinking about fidelity of implementation. We're going in, doing some observations to see, are things happening as intended, and providing that feedback. And the outcome evaluation, if you think about the change that might occur. So when we've provided an evaluation of summer school, for example, some of our outcome measures, whether pre and post assessment that was administered, or we looked at the MAP assessment to see, is there a change in the outcomes, the academic outcomes of students who participated in summer school compared to those who didn't participate in summer school. And then we can kind of say, well, when we look at it, here are the differences, and we can kind of align and say summer school did or has not yet shown that it has had an impact. Can we go back to the slides? No worries. All right, and so at the bottom of that slide were some icons. If you could go back one really quickly, thank you. Those are some of the data collection activities that we engage in that allows us to get the information we need to provide the evidence to support whatever is indicated. Next slide, please. All right, so just a little historical perspective. Definitely not a history buff, but when one of our OSA staff members was retiring, Mrs. Marilyn Powell, she came across this memo from 1978, which was about the establishment of the Department of Educational Accountability. And essentially, it laid the charge out of what the Office of Shared Accountability continues to do today. And so this document has in it highlighted education evaluation, in addition to safeguarding personally identifiable information and ensuring processes for safeguarding research conducted in the district. This document also, for us though, shows that this county, this school district, has a long history of prioritizing rigorous program evaluations of programs, initiatives, and strategies. Next slide, please. So just to provide you a quick and brief overview of the Office of Shared Accountability, oftentimes people don't realize all that we do. Sometimes staff in schools are like, wait, you do what? Because all they think about is our impact as it relates to testing. And some staff think about our central records. So I just wanted to provide a really quick overview of the Office of Shared Accountability, and then we'll move more into the work. And so we are the official data stewards for the district. We are comprised of 4 teams, as you see on the slide, and provide such things as the official enrollment that is reported to the Maryland State Department of Education, official reports of performance and participation on assessments such as SAT, ACT, AP, IB. Additionally, we provide oversight of professional learning and guidance on the use of our internal data management tool, which you've heard us talk about, Performance Matters. And we provide access to not only staff, but also central office staff on a myriad of academic measures in that Performance Matters tool. And we also support our community as it relates to accessing their academic records, transcripts, both current and former students. Next slide, please. And so the focus, however, of this is the work of program evaluation falls under our applied research and evaluation team. Again, not only does this team serve as program evaluators, but they also engage in broader activities than conducting evaluation. So for example, we receive data from external vendor like College Board. We clean, process that data, push it into our student information system for access by schools and students. And so our program evaluation specialists, more specifically, outline, plan, and conduct their evaluations collaboratively. They meet with program managers or the designee to understand the goal of a program. and they review program documents and write evaluation plans that guide the evaluation. And so after collecting the data, they engage in the analysis, summary, and synthesis of the information, and finally write the report for access by stakeholders. Next slide. So on this slide, you see our evaluation agenda for this school year. Now, this does not include research projects, any ad hoc requests that may come from either you all as board members or the state or executive leaders, but it gives you a really good snapshot of kind of what our plan is for this school year. And I'm sure you're wondering, well, how did these get here? How did you identify these programs? And there are a myriad of ways, but ideally they're primarily informed by requests from the superintendent, central office administrators, and we think about financial investments. And so you will notice as you look at the slide, a number of these programs indicated are those that were receiving ESSER funding. And we knew as a part of receiving that ESSER funding, there was an evaluation component that was required. So in an effort to proactively plan for that, we indicated these programs that would be evaluated on our agenda for this school year. And another thing I definitely admit to doing that also informs not only an agenda, but the types of question we ask is watching board meetings. And so we hear your conversations and the discussions and the types of questions that you ask as board members, and that also helps inform what we should be examining for the school year to be responsive and answer your questions. And we also have a process where program managers can request an evaluation of a program. So we have a form in our office, and we kind of send a link, and they complete the form, and they identify how does it align to the strategic plan, how does it align to the theory of action. And then they submit that, and we engage in a meeting to kind of prepare and plan for the evaluation. Next slide, please. So as we continue to reinforce and shore up our consistency with regard to program evaluation and ongoing data monitoring by program managers, it's important to have an action plan based on evaluation findings. As you and other stakeholders read our reports, you will notice the inclusion of recommendations. And the staff who work on the evaluations use the information obtained and the findings from their evaluation and supportive literature to develop recommendations for program staff. And sometimes we hear from stakeholders that nothing is happening with regard to our reports and the recommendations that are included in it. And so in an effort to provide the visibility of the planned responsive approach to the recommendations, we're sharing our process that will bring about a consistent approach for all staff. And so it's a little challenging to see on this slide, but the process is one that once the final draft of a report is prepared by an evaluator, it's shared with the program manager for review. And that program manager will work with their team to read through the report and prepare a response to the recommendations. And then they're going to include a timeline for how they're going to respond to these recommendations, depending on what the recommendation is. And so it allows us to be able to see, okay, if we recommended that you offer XYZ resources, that program manager and their team are going to say, okay, let's figure out what's our timeline for implementing that recommendation. And the response to these recommendations, and we're in this, it's beginning phases now for this part of the process, but the response to these recommendations, including the timeline, will be a part of our evaluation reports coming forward. And so they'll be shared then with the Deputy Superintendent, Dr. Murphy, and Dr. McKnight, as well as you all as the board. And then once we post them online for public consumption, all of that information will be there as well. Next slide, please. So we've conducted an evaluation. We have recommendations. We have an action plan. It's all great. But how are we leveraging these evaluations for the portion of the definition that I shared around program evaluation, which is decision making? This slide is our stoplight chart, as Dr. Murphy lovingly calls it, or our evaluation framework. And the stoplight is an easy reference in that the red means stop or discontinue. Yellow is slowing down and maintaining potentially for an additional year, and the green is proceed or continue implementation. So sometimes, for example, we may have been implementing a program for 5 years that we thought was beneficial for a specific group of students, and however, in conducting the evaluation, we realized things like it's not reaching the intended student group, or it does not yield the outcome that we expected. And this is where we might, based on other findings, recommend discontinuing that program. And so this evaluation framework serves as one of our structures to ensure accountability of programs we implement, and also helps with our being fiscally responsible stewards of our investments as we use it to leverage our decision-making around the work. Next slide, please. Here's more detail related to our evaluation cycle. Now, one of the things I think I failed to mention is the time it takes to see change in outcomes for those participating in a program. And with that, we need to have an evaluation cycle. What is our initial evaluation? What is our check-in evaluation time so that we maintain a pulse of what's happening? And so it's important with, for example, our pilot programs that an evaluation is conducted in year 1 of the program. We don't want to wait too long. We don't want to get too far down the road not having examined a pilot program. And this allows us to be able to see strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, any challenges we might be facing to make adjustments or plan to maybe discontinue. For ongoing programs, it's beneficial to conduct a process evaluation every 3 to 5 years, or even annually sometimes, depending on the need, and an outcome evaluation every 2 to 3 years. Now, one of the things you may notice in the reports that come from the Office of Shared Accountability is that we often combine those together. So you might see process information and outcome information in one report. And then when we're ending a program, for example, let's think about a program that might be running out of funding, right? So we no longer have this line item for funding for this program. We want to ensure that we conduct an evaluation that details the extent to which it had an impact. And maybe we might say, you know, it really had a great impact. Let's figure out how we can have some future program evaluation or future programming for a program similar to this, although we might not have that line item or bucket. And so I'll now turn it back over to Ms. Sharon to share our key takeaways from this presentation.
Next slide, please. So in summary, we just want to make sure that we're wrapping this in a bow for everybody, just to remind people on the critical components of what we're talking about today around accountability. And that is that, one, structures of accountability exist in all parts of our district, and the individual student level, at the district level, and at the school level. And that monitoring and identifying program impact is conducted through formal program evaluations through shared accountability. But as Dr. McKnight stated, and as Dr. Addison described, the ongoing monitoring of programs through that program manager and the executive sponsor is a critical component in making sure that we're making adjustments and we are clear on where we're going and how we're getting there. And then lastly, evaluations help us to determine what works, what's not working, the effectiveness of the program or the initiative, and whether to continue, expand, or discontinue implementation as indicated in our stoplight chart. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Silvestri and the board for discussion.
Thank you. I am going to ask my colleagues if they have any high-level questions, if they could ask one question, and we'll go around, make sure we get to everyone. Ms. Harris.
Yes, and again, thank you very much for your ongoing work to make ours an inclusive and affirming school system. Looking at slide 5, question, when we're looking at the various, in the circle, the 4 different areas of accountability, and tying back to the presentation we just had, which is talking about one of the things that we know is really, really important for student success is having excellent first instruction by a highly effective teacher. And so I'm looking here at how are there elements here, and I would guess it would be in the school level accountability with the professional growth system, and then maybe with the progress monitoring with the professional growth system, how we're identifying those truly, truly highly effective teachers so that we can use what they, so that we can really make them role models, mentors to other teachers, especially newer teachers. And then on the flip side of it, we're also looking at teachers that are maybe not highly effective and how we're using that data. So is that your office that's doing that, and if so, how?
Yes. Sorry. So, yes, we are engaging in that, and Dr. McKnight asked that same question of us earlier in the school year. And we used a myriad of data points to identify teachers across multiple years. And part of our charge not only is to identify teachers who, based on the data of their students, so I'll give you an example. Let's say, for example, a teacher had a class of 30 students, and 15 of those students, when they came to that teacher, were not meeting grade level standards. But at the end of that school year, after being with that teacher, those students were now on grade level. And we looked across 3 years, and consistently we saw Mrs. Smith has moved these students who came to her as not being on grade level in the beginning of the year, and at the end of the school year being on grade level. She's someone we are flagging and identifying to now go out and have conversations to her and ask her questions, and other teachers like her questions around what are you doing, and a series of questions to help us capture their strategies, their approaches to support students and moving them to meeting those grade level standards. So that's kind of one of the processes we would undertake.
Thank you.
Ms. Yang?
Thank you so much. I'm very excited about this, and I want to thank Dr. Murphy's leadership on this and how the system has been so responsive to the board's requests. And I know that we all want this together. Now, education, like you have the button. I love data. We love data here too. So that help us make decisions. But education evaluation, you are the expert. There's so many moving parts and interdependent factors, right? And we have so many programs, and we keep talking about being coherent. And so I really want to see that with those ongoing smart evaluation that we are doing, are we getting a umbrella of goals so that, I don't know how to do it. I'm just thinking, asking you, and maybe you figure out your charge for you to figure out, are we having these coherent goals that we are looking at the programs in some sort of consistent way, that there are certain indicators and factors that we are always looking at. The return, is it helping our students' academic achievements? Is it getting the return of our investment? Is it hitting the target of increasing by this increment consistently or steadily? So I guess it's not so much it's a question that I put out. I don't expect an answer now, but I would like us to think about, if we are going to do this, and instead of everyone is looking at it differently, maybe there's some ways, there's certain things that we always look for in certain programs.
So, Ms. Yang, I do have an answer, some partial answer, I'll say. And it was elevated earlier, and Dr. McKnight has shared, we are in the business of education. And so when we think about our programs that are implemented, we are always going to look for the academic impact of a program, especially a program that is identified to support teaching and learning. Teaching, maybe it's professional learning for staff, and the learning aspect for our students. And so when we think about our programs, definitely we want to see an impact on academic outcomes. I think that is a staple and something that you will always see embedded in our evaluations of programs. We also have to recognize we have some programs that the goal may not be a direct impact on academic outcomes. So we have to tailor the evaluation to ensure that the questions and the examination of it aligns to what those program goals and objectives are, so that we don't unintentionally say that a program isn't doing something, it's not doing X, but it was never designed to do X. So I hear you in terms of what's the consistent way that we examine them, but we also have to be reflective of what's the intent of that program and design the evaluation aligned to that. Dr. Murphy.
And I'll just ask if we can go back to slide number 4 for a minute. I just want to continue to tie us back to our strategic plan, because at the end of the day, whatever we're doing, if it's not aligned with our strategic plan about how we're using our resources and how we're expending staff time, then we should consider stopping it or refocusing it. So I know we're tight on time and brevity is important here, but I'll always kind of bring us back to this kind of pivotal slide as the baseline of what our work should look like.
Okay. A follow-up comment on that. I understand the value of the ongoing SMART evaluation, but just like you said, this is a comment and an advocacy on my part, that it needs expertise to do program evaluation, to analyze data, and it needs a systematic way. So I think formal evaluation is very important. I know that we have so many programs, and it will be difficult to do it in a timely manner. So in my mind, the capacity of our ability of doing formal evaluation is something I personally very interested in advocating. Thank you.
Mrs. Madrowski.
Yeah, thank you for doing this work. I've waited so long for this, I feel like, and I'm very glad that we're finally doing it. I just kind of want to touch on Ms. Harris's point. This is critical if we want to affect change and provide understanding, both with our budget ask, with our outcomes, and how we are explaining what the work is that we're trying to do and what changes for us to personally evaluate, what changes we really need to be making to affect the positive changes that we need to see with urgency. And so it is with that urgency and the importance of holding ourselves accountable, both for dollars and efforts and time, that I'm concerned about how long all of this can take, and I'm frankly a little disappointed that there's nothing showing here about math specifically as well. I mean, you do have one point in here about the literacy, but there is urgency. I know we only have 4 people, and there's a lot, but I also hopeful that we would already have a lot of this data, because I know we have to send information to the state every year on what our numbers are, and maybe what we don't evaluate, they evaluate for us. I don't actually know how some of that stuff works, but I just, I know this is just a beginning, and this is kind of an overview, is my understanding. So kind of leave it at that, but I do think that particularly as we are trying to advocate for a full funding of our budget and the necessity of it, if we could get some information about some of the things we are doing to support math and literacy, and how we're evaluating whether or not we need, a different teacher for this particular group, or whether or not it's overall leadership at the top of the building, or whether we need a totally different program, or whatever that might be to see positive results. I'd like to see a little bit more urgency. Thank you.
Understood. I just wanted to elevate, when you look at that evaluation agenda, you might not see it explicitly called out, but for example, the examination, the evaluation of tutoring has embedded in it an evaluation of both math and literacy. So they are embedded in there. And again, similar to the response I provided for Ms. Yang, we do ensure that we're looking at the academic outcomes intentionally around literacy and math, because that directly aligns to the tangible outcomes and improvements that we want to see in math and literacy.
And I appreciate that. I do want to spotlight that I'm very pleased to have heard your response to Ms. Harris in terms of, I don't know that in all my years I've ever actually had central office say, we are specifically identifying the work of individuals in our buildings and our buildings as a whole based on progress. So thank you for that.
Dr. McKnight.
Thank you. Yes, so I just wanted to call out a couple of things that I mentioned at the beginning. So when we have so many programs across the system, there has to be priority. I mean, we would like to be able to look at all of them all the time, but there has to be priority, and priority has to be agreed upon across the body, particularly in this context, the board, if the board would want the system to go into a different direction and evaluate any particular, programs or specific things. And I just want to say that that would be really important, and I would want to know if there's consensus in the board to look at any particular program that, we have not identified. But I also think we have to be conscious, as Dr. Addison said earlier, in a year from this September, we will not have a awful lot of money that we're using to support students in their learning. And mathematics is a great example of that. So what has been one of the biggest intervention leverages that we've used over the last 2 years during the COVID years of development of mathematics and literacy? That has been tutoring. So if I had to prioritize that out of all of the list of all the things that we're doing to support mathematics in the district, tutoring is going to meet the top, because at the end of the day, we're going to need to justify to our community whether this is an investment that we need that's closing gaps for kids or not, or whatever it may be. And so we have to have the data to address that. And when you think about something like tutoring system-wide, that's not just an elementary level, middle school level, high school level, it's across the entire district. So what is required to do that level of research needs to be robust. And so I want to mention that because I think we all agree that every program that we implement in the system is important, but we must prioritize. And to do that, we also have to have consensus, or I have to have consensus from the board if there is something that that you would like us to focus on that is not identified, because we want to meet that need for you and for the community, most importantly for our students.
Thank you. Ms. Harris, do you have a question?
Yeah, tying in something that you just said, our strategic plan and the work. One of the things that I'm curious about, and I'm wondering if this is something that you guys are following routinely, and so it's not showing up as a specific program evaluation because you don't consider it a program. But I'm wondering how we are looking at our cohorts of pre-K students as they move forward and how they achieve, how they are doing on those early literacy and math benchmarks. And I know truly we are not at a place where we have a cohort of pre-K students who have had undisrupted learning. So maybe we're kind of looking at kids just from last year moving forward and this year as they move forward. But is that something we routinely do? Because it's not I don't know that you would consider pre-K a program, but I think a lot of people think.
Dr. McKnight wanted to.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I want to say that was actually a big part of the discussion when we were developing the pathways, saying that it is our intent to get to a point of measuring students' readiness for kindergarten if they are in our pre-K programs. But we specifically waited to hold out on identifying what that measure is because, one, we want to do much more collaboration with our early learning staff. And that would mean those who are in pre-K programs here in Montgomery County and those who are not. A big part of the blueprint is that we are working with other providers that provide pre-K services. So we actually want to, and this is an example, we want to do due diligence in that process. And so that was why, as we present the pathways, we are saying there are going to be some ways we may expand this, and this is going to be one of the areas in which we do that. But we wanted to take some time to do that so that we could work with our pre-K community and work with our staff. I was just talking to a kindergarten teacher, and I know the principal, I hope no one will tell him that I said this because he said, Dr. McKnight, you going to take my kindergarten teachers? No. We were just having a conversation, and she was like, I love pre-K, I love pre-K. And I said, well, you probably love pre-K because you see that as a head start or jump to kindergarten, and you know what you're teaching to your kindergartner students. And I said to her, you know what? And I said to the principal, I'm not trying to take your kindergarten teacher, but for you to be able to go in and see in a pre-K room what's happening, what they are doing, and be able to develop a professional relationship with the pre-K teacher, they with you, it is that collaboration that's going to happen between those two spaces is where we're going to see strength. So this is something we're looking to dig into more. But with us having the responsibility of expanding pre-K, we wanted to design this with that expansion in mind so that we could be very concrete. And the goal is to establish some professional learning teams and coherence between pre-K and kindergarten in MCPS, because quite frankly, that is actually what's going to stop the gaps from establishing that we then try to close for students throughout kindergarten, middle school, and high school.
Yeah, and
There is pre-pandemic data, because in one of the first strategic planning sessions that I attended, I asked to see the effectiveness of our pre-K programs and how that intervention sticks with students throughout the elementary years, and they presented that data. So if we could just wrap up, I did want to say that this is the first time as a board member in my 5 years that I've seen your work plan for the year. And I think that that needs to be more visible to the board. If we could see what the work plan is on a regular basis. I was thrilled to see the items that are on the work plan. I think they're very right on in terms of the key interventions that we need to know their effectiveness, especially if the funding is going to dry up. We're going to need to figure out what worked and what didn't work and what we will continue to invest. So I thank you very much for the presentation. I think this is very responsive to the board's request. We have, in my 5 years, the board has asked for more evaluation to know what's working and is not working. We're not researchers, but you will hear us say words like, how do you know what programs are working? When are you going to discontinue programs that are not working? And we have all said that in a number of ways throughout the year. So thank you for presenting that to us today. Again, very responsive to our requests. Dr. Murphy.
I just want to say thank you to you, Ms. Silvestri, and the entire board. We had a discussion maybe 8 to 12 weeks ago, and at that time, I asked you for some additional time, and I think that additional time paid off with the product that we were able to bring you. So thank you to you, and thank you to the entire board.
Thank you. And we are up to agenda item number 8. We're going to skip our recess so that we can make up some time here and move on to number 9, which is our board policy. So I pass it on to Mrs. Mondrowski.
Thank you. So I'm going to try and be really kind of quick and succinct here. I don't know if we've got a team of people coming down here or if I'm just doing it by myself, but that's okay. We're going to start with policy BBB, which is our ethics policy. The ethics policy has been updated to reflect changes in the state ethics law. The ethics panel and the policy management committee offered a few additional revisions for anybody who was following along. The board tentatively adopted this policy on February 7th, and we sent it out for public comment. We received very limited public comment, but throughout the entire process, one person we did hear from consistently was former State Delegate Al Carr, who provided specific feedback on the policy as well and pointed out areas where we could align better with the county and their policies and things like that. So I'd like to thank Delegate Carr personally and publicly for the recommendations that we did adopt through the committee. The Policy Management Committee reviewed the public comments at its last meeting, but made no further revisions to the policy. We sent it forward to the State Ethics Commission, who also reviewed our tentative adopted policy at its meeting on April 6th and has notified us that it has been approved. And so with that, the Policy Committee is recommending that this board give final approval. And unless anybody has any questions specifically for staff, I would just offer the vote, which does not need a second, by the way, because it's coming out of committee. So all in favor? Excellent. So then we can move on to policy ACI, sexual harassment of employees. The Policy Management Committee, for background, policy. I'm sorry?
We're against that, right?
Absolutely. We are against the sexual harassment of employees. The Policy Management Committee reviewed technical amendments to this policy in October of 2022.
As a reminder, when the proposed amendments are purely technical, the board can take final action immediately without taking tentative action first. Because of that, the policy committee is recommending adoption of these technical amendments. But again, if anyone has any questions or concerns, I can turn it over to staff to briefly walk us through the technical amendments if anyone feels the need for us to do so.
Would anyone like to walk through the technical amendments?
All right, well then I will ask for the vote. All in favor? Excellent. And we're moving right along. Next policy is IJA, the School Counseling Programs and Services. This one might take a little bit longer. No. This policy is before the board today for tentative action. It aims to establish a framework for the provision of student services in our school. The Policy Management Committee did review this policy both back in January and again in March. We provided some feedback on the policy, and we are recommending that this full board take tentative action today and send it out for public comment to get some feedback. Again, I will turn it over to staff to briefly walk us through this draft. I do have one amendment that has been discussed with staff in reference to some questions that had been raised about monitoring and reporting and things like that. But I can bring that to the board after you provide your update.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
So just to review, this was previously a policy adopted in 2004 and focused exclusively on counseling, but MCPS now takes a multidisciplinary approach that includes counselors, psychologists, social workers, pupil personnel workers. So we wanted to reflect a more comprehensive approach. The other thing about this policy is that since this policy was adopted, board policies have no longer functioned as job descriptions. So instead, the intention of the redraft is to articulate the board's commitment to a multimodal approach to student well-being and the key dimensions that must be in place for this to be achieved. So I did want to emphasize that this is an umbrella policy that has a few different regulations hanging down from it, and that some of those regs, address various topics, such as how we provide services to pregnant and parenting teens and a variety of other student attendance measures, et cetera. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Duranby.
Good evening. In drafting of this policy, public engagement has been a really important component. We've taken a lot of proactive steps to make sure that teachers, families, and students were included in the drafting process and in the feedback in order to inform the writing of this policy or the revision of this policy. I know that our students, staff, and families continue, though, to be deeply invested in ensuring students' mental health and well-being are prioritized. Therefore, when this policy goes forward for public engagement, in addition to gathering feedback from our SMOB meetings and meeting with MCR, MCJC, and minority scholars groups, we're committed to holding a summer feedback session led by former MCPS students. So I wanted to say that up front as a point of previous discussion. We want to make sure that we're engaging student voices in order to help us to explore how to best reach their peers, and we're actively working with our Department of Communications to create a broader outreach plan that may include text messages and social media in order to engage our students in the feedback process. I want to remind everyone of previously shared information about the multi-tiered system of supports that's on the screen for us today. The review of this policy, IJA, is an opportunity to use this multi-tiered system of supports as a model or as a framework for helping our students and their caregivers understand how all the pieces fit together. So while we know and we acknowledge that schools are primarily educational institutions focused on academics, we also know that student well-being contributes to success in the areas of learning and achievement. Student support services contribute to MCPS's vision of ensuring that students are college, career, and community ready. And the redraft of policy IJA supports this vision. Consistent with our educational mission, Tier 1 services at the base of the pyramid there are universal programming supports that are available to all students. They get it as a part of their daily programming in their schooling. These universal Tier 1 supports support social, emotional, and mental health services are substantial parts of the efforts of our staff. These services typically serve about 80% of our students well, and in Tier 1, students may receive counseling lessons, psychoeducational lessons on topics such as personal body safety, bullying, harassment, and intimidation, and signs of suicide. Schools focus on building positive climates and cultures through restorative approaches and through relationship building. They work on co-creating learning spaces with students and engaging in dialogue to build community. Trusted adults are available and accessible to students at Tier 1. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Dr. Chester, who's going to speak with you a little bit about Tier 2 and 3 supports, as well as a little bit about some of the staffing ratios when it comes to these positions.
Good evening. The multi-tiered system of support also provides a useful framework for helping students and parents and guardians to understand how do we target the supports for those smaller number of students who are in need of Tier 2 and Tier 3 services. And so while our Tier 1 or universal supports provide support for all students, research has shown that approximately 80% of students may be successful with only receiving those types of supports. About 15% of students may need a Tier 2 or targeted support, and the other 5% may need a Tier 3 or intensive support. At Tier 2, we review building and individual student data to determine who needs that additional support. Building teams like grade level teams, review academic and behavioral data to determine if students need small group support. Our school-based mental health professionals support students by providing group counseling, targeted classroom interventions, and check-in, check-out support. And then at Tier 2, when we're working with our internal school-based mental health professionals, when they're providing those types of targeted supports, and again, we talk about them and we look at, like, these are talking about our counselors, your psychologists, the social workers. They are providing like check-in, check-out support, meeting with a student at the beginning of the day, at the end of the day, mentoring support, small group counseling, classroom interventions, and also more targeted student psychoeducational lessons. And that families and school staff, they make referrals to these school-based mental health professionals to provide this type of support due to the students, again, needing additional support beyond just the universal or one that a Tier 1 support can provide. At Tier 3, we review data in the student well-being teams and educational management teams, or EMTs, to determine individualized support for students who need intensive services in place. This includes individual counseling, referrals to outside mental health providers, and also crisis support services. Tier 3 involves fewer students, but more intensive needs. And this is where we may especially draw upon our community partner agencies' referrals to therapy, and where we may have more extensive use of our other partners in supporting students and families, like from our pupil personnel workers, or PPWs. This is also where our behavior threat assessment teams and support for suicide risk assessments at each school may be activated. Tier 3 is also where our partnerships with contractual agencies like Thrive Behavioral Health or the Jewish Social Service Agencies, or JESA, come in to support student and family mental health needs. Our student well-being teams play a big role in making referrals to these partner agencies that provide more intensive support in schools that require additional mental health support due to a lack of mental health agencies in the community. And in addition, private counseling or other therapeutic services also fall under Tier 3. In response to the discussion at the Policy Management Committee, I'd like to address staff-to-student ratios and the allocation of mental health staff. For our school counselors, the American School Counselor Association, or ASCA, recommends a ratio of 1 to 250, one school counselor to every 250 students district-wide. The Maryland Code of Regulations, or COMAR, does not mandate or provide a recommendation for a school counselor to student ratio at any grade level. MCPS currently meets the ASCA recommended ratio in middle and high schools. The MCPS ratio of school counselors at the elementary level is 1 to 400 on average. To talk about school psychologists, the National Association of School Psychologists recommends a ratio of 1 to 500, one school psychologist for every 500 students district-wide. MCPS currently exceeds that ratio. COMAR does not mandate or provide a recommendation for a school psychologist to student ratio at any grade level. The ratio of all MCPS school psychologists across the district is 1 to 1,092. School psychologists are assigned system-wide under the Director of the Office of Wellbeing, Learning, and Achievement under the Division of Psychological Services and the Office of Special Education. The ratio of school psychologists in the Division of Psychological Services that provides services to the schools is 1 to 1473. I'm going to turn it back over to Mr. Ramby.
So I'm going to interrupt you all for just 1 minute, just so we can stay really focused on the policy part, because one of my colleagues mentioned that they're confused. So this is what she was just referring to was in reference to the amendment that I'm going to be offering. At the policy committee meeting, I had asked the question about what professional associations say about ratios and whether or not that's something that we should be including in the policy to help eliminate some of the inconsistencies in ratios that we see and that we're finding in our schools. So with that, I'm going to suggest the amendment that it would be a letter F titled Reviewing and Reporting. And it would have number 1, the board will monitor progress towards optimum staff-student ratios for school counselors, school psychologists, and school social workers through the annual budget process. Number 2, the superintendent of schools will provide regular updates on progress towards and funding available to achieve staff-student ratios for social, emotional, and mental health professionals consistent with best practices and strategically deploy these professionals in an effective and equitable manner in MCPS, elementary, middle, and high schools, alternative programs, and other departments as appropriate. And then 3, this policy would be reviewed on an ongoing basis in accordance with the Board of Education's review process. So that would be what I would be offering as an amendment to the current policy that we are determining whether or not we want to send out to the public for comment and feedback.
So just in layman terms, can you just restate it's to...
Bottom line is, I want to include in the policy that the superintendent will be keeping an eye and provide regular updates on progress towards our funding to match student staffing ratios more consistently with professional standards, as well as making sure we have a little bit better consistency in schools in terms of what the ratios look like, or as the need-based situation might be. So some schools may need additional support.
Was this discussed in committee?
It was discussed in committee in the sense that I asked the question. An administrative memo was brought to the committee from the Office of Wellbeing, Learning, and Achievement, and then our staff worked with their staff to put together the amendment proposal.
I always prefer that this be decided at committees and that the committee bring forth the final policy for us to approve, rather than, because I'm like, what does the language say, and can I think about it? And
well, I mean, it's up to, potentially we could just forward this out to you all, and we could come back at the next board meeting.
We can definitely make copies if you want to see it today. If you need time to consider it, we're still in tentative action at this point. So you still have time. If this amendment, I understand that you all have to decide whether to adopt this language before it goes out. But because this is tentative, you also still have time.
So what we could do is, tell me if I'm wrong, correct me if I'm wrong.
It will come back again.
Right, I was gonna say, what we could do is we could put it out for feedback on it only as it is prepared now. And then at the next, when it comes back from receiving public comment, I can offer the amendment then, if that'd be better. Want to do it that way? Okay.
Ms. Yang?
Yes.
Yeah, can I say something? So I know that when we put it out to the public, we still have time to look at it again. But I think the process should be, we look at it before it's sent out to the public. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
So then, should we stick with that process? Because we haven't seen this, we will need some time to look at it. So can we put it out like?
That's what I just suggested we do.
Oh, that's just, okay, thank you. So we will look at it first before you put out to the public.
No, we're going to send it out to the public as it is now. The one that you've already were given to review, it was in your materials to review. We'll send that out for public comment, and then when we get that back, we can talk about the amendment then.
Then when we get it back, is that the next time we get it back is final action?
Yes. But if there's a lot of public comment, frequently it'll come back to the committee first.
But he needs to.
Yes, Mr. Kim?
Oh, I was going to say, it always goes back to the committee first, right?
Okay. No, if the next time we see it with the public comment was going to be final action, then my concern would be adding something that the public hasn't had a chance to engage with. So if anything, because the amendment is only additive, not reductive, it would make more sense to send it out. But if it's coming through committees again, perhaps that could be an opportunity to discuss then.
The only thing the amendment does is it just adds a section that includes reviewing and reporting. That's the overall whole thing it's just suggesting that the superintendent of schools provide regular updates on what kind of progress we're making towards meeting optimum student-staff ratios for our mental health providers. Yes, Ms. Webb.
So you could do it as you suggested, send out as written, keep the amendment based on the public comment you get. The public might request more reporting. They might say whatever they say, and then it would inform the committee as to because I don't know. So the committee could consider the amendment before it came to the full board.
For final action. So is that the way we would all like to proceed? Yes? Okay. So then I'm going to move that we vote to take tentative action on this policy and send it out for public comment. All in favor? Great. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so that moves us on to agenda item number 10. The item of discussion and action, naming of Clarksburg Elementary number 9. And I have a resolution here. And what we need here is, I will read the resolved, and then we will need a motion and a second and a vote to send this to the school naming committee. So I will read the resolve. That the Board of Education hereby submits the following names to the principal of Clarksburg Elementary School number 9 for consideration by the school naming committee. And the 3 names that we are putting forward are Maya Angelou, Cabin Branch, and 10 Mile Creek. Can I get a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous with those present. Thank you. We are moving on to...
I do just want to recognize that we do have our principal of the new Clarksburg number 9, temporarily number 9 here. So thank you for being here and supporting what we're doing in terms of moving this process forward. So thank you. Sorry for keeping you waiting.
All right, moving on to consent items, agenda item number 11. Do board members have any consent items that they would like to pull? Ms. Harris?
1.2, please.
1.2, 11.2?
11.2, I think she means.
Mrs. Madraski?
11.3 and 11.11, assuming my agenda's up to date.
And I would like to pull 11.6. Can I get a motion to move the rest in block?
So moved.
Second. All in favor, raise your hands. And that is unanimous with those present. So if we could get, we could start with 11.2. This is office papers, an extension. Ms. Harris, what is your question?
Yes, I did, just because it's, it's a large contract, a fairly substantial amount of money. And the question I had asked of Mr. Hall was, since the contract is for both virgin and recycled paper, what was the breakdown of which we're purchasing, trying to keep an eye on our new sustainability policy and net zero goals. And we do purchase far more virgin than recycled paper. And we are not currently actually purchasing any hemp paper, which is a far more sustainable option, and actually better quality paper and recycles better. But what I understand from Mr. Hall is that right now the barrier is supply chain and cost. And so my ask is that just we, as an ongoing manner, look for opportunities to increase our purchasing of recycled and hemp-based paper products, just to stay in line with our aggressive sustainability goals. Thanks.
Yep, absolutely. And I did get an update after I got back to you that for some of the student printing, we actually get reels of uncut recycled paper, which that brings the cost down, that is then comparable to the new paper. And so we do use that for that. We cut it up ourselves and use the recycled paper there. And so we'll continue to look for other opportunities to expand that and overall reduce the amount of paper that we use.
Thank you. Okay, can we look at 11.3? Mrs. Madraski.
Yes, so my concern with this, and again, if it has been provided for me somewhere along the line and I've missed it, time and again, I've asked if we could see a breakdown of the different contracts and money that we've put onto contracts that have come to us for student information systems or student data systems or student, because they come to us fairly regularly and I have no general sense of how much money we're spending or what we're spending it on. So I was just, before I raised my hand one more time for a couple $1 million, I was curious if we could find out at some point.
So you basically want a summary of, or a history of what the student information purchases have been maybe over the last 3 years?
Yes.
And see if they're either reoccurring costs or they're new costs for upgraded systems.
Yes.
Sure, we can do that. We'll document.
Before we log this request, Ms. Van Dyke, I do remember Ms. Madraski asking for this recently. So if you could just double check to see if she hasn't already or if it's coming soon before we put another request in. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll check on where it is, if it is coming.
Great.
All right, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 11.11.
12.6. Oh, yeah, 11.6.
Okay.
That's yours.
Yes, I was hoping Dr. McKnight could be here. It's more of a statement. I don't know who, I guess this is your shop because you have a lot under your portfolio. But
She's coming.
11.6 is all about career counseling and advising for students under the blueprint. And I have to abstain from this contract because it involves Montgomery College, but I just wanted to make the point that I feel very strongly that every student that graduates has to have a college, a post-secondary plan. And I believe that the blueprint, this work is supportive of that. So I just want to make sure that we mean every student. We often leave out the students that are not thinking about college or any post-secondary training whatsoever. And so I just want to reiterate that we have to work extra hard to make sure that we're reaching the students that are not thinking about after what they're going to do for graduation. I'm not talking college. It might be college. It might be additional training. It might be the military. It might be just getting ready for the workforce. But really reaching the students that we don't normally reach through this work. So just a statement. If we could move on to 1111.
Sure. So I don't know if Mr. Adams wants to come and speak to this. This is a consent item that has come to the board multiple times. We've pulled it several times, and I'm not entirely sure what the exact revisions of this versus the last time it came to us are, or if there are any, because I didn't have the old one to go back and compare it to. I do understand from times past that this is more a function of ease. You know what? I'm just going to let you very briefly describe why you feel this is important, because I have a hard time supporting this.
Sure. So I think there's quite a bit of misinformation floating around out there on this particular item. So this item is around routine easements. When I talk about routine easements, we're really focused mostly on utilities. Now, just give you a perfect example. If Pepco needs to run power to our building, electric lines run underground to the building, there's an easement associated with it. WSSC with water lines, sewer lines, those types of things. So they're very routine in nature. And so this particular item is focused on these very routine items that happen on every single one of our projects, particularly construction projects, new development projects. And what we're asking for is just a slight revision to make it more consistent with other resolutions, but also past resolutions around delegation of authority. It's not taking away the board's ability or oversight. We're talking about a delegation of authority. Delegation of authority right now is to the superintendent, Dr. McKnight. So this cleans up the language a bit, is very clear around what we're talking about, around utilities, excludes telecommunications because that is under a different policy, it's under a different resolution. So this is purely around routine easements associated with more times than not construction projects. So we're also adding an element, and if Dr. McKnight chooses to add a secondary delegation of authority to that. Many other school districts, other organizations, they do assign this responsibility to those that are embedded in this work. It could be chief operating officer, it could be director of facilities management. Again, that is something that we could certainly work through with Dr. McKnight, but we're not asking for you to take away your authority over this. What we're asking for is the ability to be able to process these very routine easements documents so that we can keep our projects on schedule. And again, just to be very clear, the reason these are important, and I will give you a real-time example of what we're looking at today. We're working with the electrification of our bus fleet. We're connecting, we're placing new, charging stations at our depots. And in order to do so, Pepco, before they will allow any digging or permitting or powering of this charging stations, they need a signed easement so that when those lines go in, they can access them. That easement process, if we do not have the delegation of authority, just takes more time. It doesn't change anything except it adds more time. So what we're really asking for is operational efficiency here. I think the one element, and I know you said to be brief, but I think the one element where I say there's misinformation is so this idea that we're trying to do something that's not transparent or not open. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about, quite honestly, what everyone asks us to do is to look for operational efficiencies to minimize costs and minimize time associated with these projects, and that's exactly what we're offering up as a resolution for your consideration.
Is it giving away land?
Absolutely not. So easements are on every one of your properties, right? So if you have electric lines to your house, if you have water lines to your house, you have a level of easement. If you have a sidewalk in front of your house, you have an easement. You're not giving away your property. It just allows the utility companies to be able to do maintenance or access that without getting specific permission from that property owner every single time they have to do something like that.
So I guess my only other questions is, how are you defining, and I know it's not something very specific, but routine, and does it give them permission to do, there's concerns that it gives them permission to do whatever they want, to put Pepco can put something there, that we wouldn't know about or wouldn't want, or that they could tear up the land to do something, and I just...
Sure, and
we have fiscal, responsibility to be very intentional with our oversight of our money and property, and so...
And so every document is fairly routine in terms of if WSSC has an easement for their water lines. The easement document is something that we look at, the general counsel looks at, and then ultimately is signed. Those documents usually have elements such as you have to provide notice to us 24 hours in advance. If you have work, it can't be disruptive to the school day, those types of elements. So there is a document associated with it. It's not just us saying, here's this little piece of property, do what you want. There's specific elements and constraints tied to that. And this idea that general counsel is not involved is absolutely false. General counsel looks at every one of these documents, and Leslie and I are up here in arm because these are things that come through every day that we work together on to make sure it's done in the best interests of our schools and our students and our staff.
So there are specifications, regulations for oversight of this, and we have the ability to take some kind of action if it's not followed.
Absolutely.
Yes. Okay, and people can see that online?
Well, a lot of these easement documents are either filed as
I mean, more the general counsel aspect of it, because like you mentioned, there is a misconception out there that this is just something that our facilities people are saying, we don't want to have to come to the board and wait 2 extra weeks for, and that we're giving up oversight. So I just want to ensure that someone wants to see that our general counsel, is involved in this and there is oversight.
So these documents become public record. They have to be filed, recorded, and runs with the land, so that if the land was sold, you would be able to find these documents. And as Seth said, we review them regularly. Sometimes I draft them, or they come drafted by his department, and we are very careful about the language. There are specific terms depending on the specific need. There's a timeline attached to some of these documents, and then I would also add that per policy DNA, there's a requirement for an annual report from the superintendent to the board for all these easements and right-of-ways. So that documentation is provided annually.
Okay. Never thought I would support this, but I'm leaning towards it as long as it's very transparent. Everything has the ability to be transparent, and we're not taking anything away from the authority of the board, or giving anything away that the taxpayers are entrusting us to oversee.
Well, and I would just be clear that we even as the board, you can't give away property, right? So there's this idea of giving away property is incorrect. There's obviously a process in which, if the board were to move off of a property or give up rights to a property, you go through obviously the county, go through a state clearinghouse at the state. That's just a false narrative that we're giving up property. This is just basically an overlay of something on our property to allow. Again, utility companies, stormwater management, other construction access elements to occur. And it's not 2 weeks. We're typically talking about sometimes 3 months. And when you talk about 3 months on a 18-month construction project, that can be very, very impactful.
Yes.
So again, when we're talking about this, it is from an operational efficiency standpoint, not from giving something up perspective.
Yeah, and I should correct that. I didn't necessarily mean giving it up as in handing it over, but giving up the oversight of it is what I think the concern is. So, so if you are assured that that's not the situation, then, okay. Thank you.
Ms. Yang?
Thank you. I have two clarifying questions. One is about cell towers. Our community has in the past expressed concern over cell towers on school property. Does this resolution include cell towers in any way?
No, this excludes telecommunications. So again, there is a policy around how telecommunication work happens on our property. There's also a separate resolution as it exists right now for any elements associated with telecommunications or cell towers to occur on our properties. And that could be some form of easements and those types of functions, but that is a very separate resolution. And we were intentional about excluding telecommunications in this particular resolution because we wanted to be very clear that this really applies to utilities and any DOT and those types of typical easement requirements that we see on many of our projects.
Okay, so is that why there is a second whereas, and it reads as, I just want to get clarification, whereas the Board of Education has authority and control over the granting of permanent easements, utility easements, right-of-way, rights of entry, memorandum of understanding for land-related, not including telecommunication-related items, issues, and other land-related agreements that incumbent or impair Board of Education-owned property. Is that why this says no, or?
That adds the telecommunication piece in it to say that that's not the scope of this particular resolution. So everything that you talked about with the board having control of with respect to this resolution is true. And the reason we put excluding telecommunications because that's managed and from a separate resolution and policy.
Okay, all right. And then one last question. You talk about this is routine operation. Then do we currently do any public engagement process in terms of these routine things, and would this resolution change that process?
There's typically not what I would say specific community engagement with these because it has very little impact on anything we do from a community involvement standpoint. I would say probably the most impactful of easements would be rights of way. So if a roadway is expected to expand, some may say, why are you building further back from the roadway from where you are today? We have easements that we're talking about from bicycle master plans that are carving out space on a property that we're very clear about what it's for. But when we talk about utility easements and we talk about some of those other elements, it's just usually it has no bearing on the community's use of the site, of the building, and quite honestly for ours either, right? And those easements, typically we can't build over those easements, but we would, if we were in a situation where we'd have to build in that area, we'd have to relocate the line and just create a different easement. I mean, so that's really, what we're talking about from that standpoint and any community impacts.
What about adjoining?
No further questions.
Adjoining properties and things like that. I know, like when they were talking about the redesign of one of our schools in the past, you would come to us several times to discuss what, the planning board, for example, had considered would be the best potential entranceway versus what was most doable in reality for us as a system. How will people be able to offer their thoughts or share their concerns on that if it's done without our discussion first?
Well, so the easements typically come after everything's approved and finalized. So much of what you're referencing in that dialogue element happens during preliminary plans or happens during our mandatory referral at the planning board level. we obviously go through a variety of different approvals. The easement's actually the last step. So let's say if you have a curb cut that allows a new entrance, we would have already vetted that publicly through a variety of processes before we ever get to a spot where we're recording it as a formal easement. So I don't want anyone to think that, by this resolution, we're just now making these decisions without going through these processes. The easement is the last step, and at that point, everything has been approved and vetted. Even utility lines, where they're located on the site. Again, we've gone through those community meetings to talk about the project, the layout, constraints. We've gone through mandatory referral. We've gone through the permitting process. We actually can't create an easement until all those approvals are in place anyway. So the easement is just this formality at the end, and it's really more for recording purposes, land use recording purposes, than it is for any other functions.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, so we need motions to move 11.2, 11.3, and 11.11.
So I'm going to move.
11.6.
I was going to say.
Separated because I need to abstain from that one.
So I will move that we approve 11.3.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand.
Can you raise your hand?
That is unanimous. I'm sorry, that is Mr. Kim, Ms. Harris, Mrs. Evans, myself, Ms. Rivera Oven, and Ms. Yang. All opposed, raise your hand.
I'm just not voting on it because I haven't gotten the information that I had asked for beforehand.
So you're abstaining.
Abstaining. Then I'll move that 11.6.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. That's Mr. Kim, Ms. Harris, Mrs. Modrowski, Ms. Evans, Ms. Rivera Oven, and Ms. Yang, and I am abstaining.
And then I will move 11.11.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous with those present. Did we get them all?
That's all?
Thank you so much.
No, 11.2.
That's what I thought.
I don't think we did 3.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot that you had pulled that one. Yeah, 11 point, I'll move 11.2.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that is unanimous with those present. Thank you for that. All right, we are moving on to agenda item number 12, which is for information only. Agenda item number 13. Can I get a motion to move 13.1 and 13.2 in block?
So moved.
Can I get a second?
We have new business,
13.1 and 13.2.
Oh, 13.1 and 30.2.
Can I get a second? All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous with those present. All right, we have new business item follow-up. Mr. Kim?
Yes, I'm offering today the resolution introduced on student voter education registration at our last board meeting with a technical amendment changing the term unabsentee ballot to a mail-in ballot to reflect the official language that's used. I'd be happy to read the resolution as amended.
I don't think that's necessary. So therefore, we just need a motion and a second.
I thought Mr. Kim was moving.
I move the board. I move that the board accepts the amendment. I move that the board accepts the resolution on student voter education registration
Second.
as amended.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous with those present.
No, it's not.
Oh, Ms. Modrowski?
That's okay. I had some questions and things. This is a resolution that's come before the board before in the past, and I know that some of the, I think MCAP had even opposed it at one point. Some concerns about who's going to be responsible, in the first resolved, under number 1. Who's responsible for that? And don't we already do that?
If I could, I just handed my copy over. No worries.
Sorry.
Sorry, so we did.
We already voted.
We already voted on what?
We moved and seconded.
Oh.
And we.
Oh, all right.
She did. We don't have on record.
Okay, I didn't understand.
complete the vote.
Okay.
Okay.
So
I'm sorry, so what should we do?
You voted for who's in favor, but you haven't done the second half. Who opposes or abstains?
Okay, Ms. Majewski, how do you vote?
So I'm not going to vote for, but, and that's fine, we don't have to have a conversation about it since everyone else is, but I just do want on record my concerns being, number 1, under the first resolved, number 1, who's going to be responsible for providing the voter registration materials and information immediately to appropriate school officials. Well, it says, any request by a student to be provided voter registration materials and/or information shall immediately be provided to the appropriate school official. So I'm saying who's the persons that the students are going to be going to ask for this information that they're going to immediately get, and making sure that, and who's going to be responsible for making sure that there's access. And number 2, I had questions in terms of NSL and what we currently do in terms of our comprehensive information related to these issues, because they are very, very important. And my other concern was in number 3, the verbiage of saying must as opposed to can. Just because, again, I've heard from principals over the years concerns about that even though it is a student-run voter registration, it puts an additional burden that is being dictated onto school administration by the use of the word must as opposed to may or can. So those are my concerns. They're out there for the record. And no, I'm
Opposing, okay. Thank you. Okay, do we have any new business items, 13.4?
Madam Chair, I would like to present a new business on behalf of Mrs. Wolf. The board received a request from Mitch Berliner, co-founder of the Bethesda Farmers Market, to permit sales of alcohol by local wineries. Okay. Our policy, which is based on state law, generally prohibits the sale or possession of alcohol on public school grounds, except in limited circumstances when must be approved by the board. So the board has considered a request, and we recognize the importance of the Bethesda Farm Market to the community it serves. We also believe in supporting local small businesses. So I would like to move that we approve the request, but that we impose certain conditions, including limiting this approval to closed bottle sales only in the form of a letter agreement with the farm market that must be renewed annually. Now, typically, our new business items need to lie on the table until the next meeting before we take a final vote. So in the meantime, as asking staff to work on a draft agreement that we can review, post to the public, and vote on at the next meeting when we return to this new business item. I would also like to ask staff to provide an update about the process to Mr. Berliner. Thank you.
Okay, so there's no further action that's needed at this point. It will sit on the table until the next board meeting. Thank you, Ms. Yang. Item number 14 is for informational purposes only, and item number 15, if I could get a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that's unanimous with those present. We are adjourned.
Feedback on it only as it is prepared now. And then at the next, when it comes back from receiving public comment, I can offer the amendment then, if that'd be better. Want to do it that way? Okay.
Ms. Yang?
Yes.
Yeah, can I say something? So I know that when we put it out to the public, we still have time to look at it again. But I think the process should be, we look at it before it's sent out to the public. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
So then, should we stick with that process? Because we haven't seen this, we will need some time to look at it. So can we put it out like?
That's what I just suggested we do.
Oh, that's just, okay, thank you. So we will look at it first before you put out to the public.
No, we're going to send it out to the public as it is now. The one that you've already were given to review, it was in your materials to review. We'll send that out for public comment, and then when we get that back, we can talk about the amendment then.
Then when we get it back, is that the next time we get it back is final action?
Yes.
But if there's a lot of public comment, frequently it'll come back to the committee first.
But he means in the post.
Yes, Mr. Kim?
Oh, I was going to say, it always goes back to the committee first, right?
Okay. No, if the next time we see it with the public comment was going to be final action, then my concern would be adding something that the public hasn't had a chance to engage with. So if anything, because the amendment is only additive, not reductive, it would make more sense to send it out. But if it's coming through committees again, perhaps that could be an opportunity to discuss then.
The only thing the amendment does is it just adds a section that includes reviewing and reporting. That's the overall whole thing it's just suggesting that the superintendent of schools provide regular updates on what kind of progress we're making towards meeting optimum student-staff ratios for our mental health providers. Yes, Ms. Webb.
So you could do it as you suggested, send out as written, keep the amendment based on the public comment you get. The public might request more reporting. They might say whatever they say, and then it would inform the committee as to because I don't know, so the committee could consider the amendment before it came to the full board.
For final action. So is that the way we would all like to proceed? Yes? Okay. So then I'm going to move that we vote to take tentative action on this policy and send it out for public comment. All in favor? Great. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so that moves us on to agenda item number 10. The item of discussion and action, naming of Clarksburg Elementary number 9. And I have a resolution here. And what we need here is, I will read the resolved, and then we will need a motion and a second and a vote to send this to the school naming committee. So I will read the resolve. That the Board of Education hereby submits the following names to the principal of Clarksburg Elementary School number 9 for consideration by the school naming committee. And the 3 names that we are putting forward are Maya Angelou, Cabin Branch, and 10 Mile Creek. Can I get a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous with those present. Thank you. We are moving on to...
I do just want to recognize that we do have our principal of the new Clarksburg number 9, temporarily number 9 here. So thank you for being here and supporting what we're doing in terms of moving this process forward. So thank you. Sorry for keeping you waiting.
All right, moving on to consent items, agenda item number 11. Do board members have any consent items that they would like to pull? Ms. Harris.
1.2, please.
1.2, 11.2.
11.2, I think she means.
Mrs. Madraski?
11.3 and 11.11, assuming my agenda's up to date.
And I would like to pull up 11.6. Can I get a motion to move the rest in block?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that is unanimous with those present. So if we could get, we could start with 11.2. This is office papers, an extension. Ms. Harris, what is your question?
Yes, I did, just because it's, it's a large contract, a fairly substantial amount of money. And the question I had asked of Mr. Hall was, since the contract is for both virgin and recycled paper, what was the breakdown of which we're purchasing, trying to keep an eye on our new sustainability policy and net zero goals. And we do purchase far more virgin than recycled paper. And we are not currently actually purchasing any hemp paper, which is a far more sustainable option and actually better quality paper and recycles better. But what I understand from Mr. Hall is that right now the barrier is supply chain and cost. And so my ask is that just we, as an ongoing manner, look for opportunities to increase our purchasing of recycled and hemp-based paper products, just to stay in line with our aggressive sustainability goals. Thanks.
Yep, absolutely. And I did get an update after I got back to you that for some of the student printing, we actually get reels of uncut recycled paper, which that brings the cost down that is then comparable to the new paper. And so we do use that for that. We cut it up ourselves and use the recycled paper there. And so we'll continue to look for other opportunities to expand that and overall reduce the amount of paper that we use.
Thank you. Okay, can we look at 11.3? Mrs. Madraski.
Yes, so my concern with this, and again, if it has been provided for me somewhere along the line and I've missed it, time and again, I've asked if we could see a breakdown of the different contracts and money that we've put into contracts that have come to us for student information systems or student data systems or student, because they come to us fairly regularly and I have no general sense of how much money we're spending or what we're spending it on. So I was just, before I raised my hand one more time for a couple $1 million, I was curious if we could find out at some point.
So you basically want a summary of, or a history of what the student information purchases have been maybe over the last 3 years?
Yes.
And see if they're either reoccurring costs or they're new costs for upgraded systems.
Yes.
Sure, we can do that. We'll document.
Before we log this request, Ms. Van Dyke, I do remember Ms. Madraski asking for this recently. So if you could just double check to see if she hasn't already or if it's coming soon before we put another request in. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll check on where it is, if it is coming.
Great.
All right, thanks.
Okay, 11.11.
12.6. Oh, yeah, 11.
Okay.
That's yours.
Yes, I was hoping Dr. McKnight could be here. It's more of a statement. I don't know who, I guess this is your shop because you have a lot under your portfolio. But
She's coming.
11.6 is all about career counseling and advising for students under the blueprint. And I have to abstain from this contract because it involves Montgomery College, but I just wanted to make the point that I feel very strongly that every student that graduates has to have a college, a post-secondary plan. And I believe that the blueprint, this work is supportive of that. So I just want to make sure that we mean every student. We often leave out the students that are not thinking about college or any post-secondary training whatsoever. And so I just want to reiterate that we have to work extra hard to make sure that we're reaching the students that are not thinking about after what they're going to do for graduation. I'm not talking college. It might be college. It might be additional training. It might be the military. It might be just getting ready for the workforce. But really reaching the students that we don't normally reach through this work. So just a statement. If we could move on to 1111.
Sure. So I don't know if Mr. Adams wants to come and speak to this. This is a consent item that has come to the board multiple times. We've pulled it several times, and I'm not entirely sure what the exact revisions of this versus the last time it came to us are, or if there are any, because I didn't have the old one to go back and compare it to. I do understand from times past that this is more a function of ease. You know what? I'm just going to let you very briefly describe why you feel this is important, because I have a hard time supporting this.
Sure. So I think there's quite a bit of misinformation floating around out there on this particular item. So this item is around routine easements. When I talk about routine easements, we're really focused mostly on utilities. I'll just give you a perfect example. If Pepco needs to run power to our building, electric lines run underground to the building, there's an easement associated with it. WSSC with water lines, sewer lines, those types of things. So they're very routine in nature. And so this particular item is focused on these very routine items that happen on every single one of our projects, particularly construction projects, new development projects. And what we're asking for is just a slight revision to make it more consistent with other resolutions, but also past resolutions around delegation of authority. It's not taking away the board's ability or oversight. We're talking about a delegation of authority. The delegation of authority right now is to the superintendent, Dr. McKnight. So this cleans up the language a bit, is very clear around what we're talking about, around utilities, excludes telecommunications because that is under a different policy, it's under a different resolution. So this is purely around routine easements associated with more times than not construction projects. So we're also adding an element, and if Dr. McKnight chooses to add a secondary delegation of authority to that. Many other school districts, other organizations, they do assign this responsibility to those that are embedded in this work. It could be chief operating officer, it could be director of facilities management. Again, that is something that we could certainly work through with Dr. McKnight, but we're not asking for you to take away your authority over this. What we're asking for is the ability to be able to process these very routine easements documents so that we can keep our projects on schedule. And again, just to be very clear, the reason these are important, and I will give you a real-time example of what we're looking at today. We're working with the electrification of our bus fleet. We're connecting, we're placing new, charging stations at our depots. And in order to do so, Pepco, before they will allow any digging or permitting or powering of this charging stations, they need a signed easement so that when those lines go in, they can access them. That easement process, if we do not have the delegation of authority, just takes more time. It doesn't change anything except it adds more time. So what we're really asking for is operational efficiency here. I think the one element, and I know you said to be brief, but I think the one element where I say there's misinformation is so this idea that we're trying to do something that's not transparent or not open. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about, quite honestly, what everyone asks us to do is to look for operational efficiencies to minimize costs and minimize time associated with these projects, and that's exactly what we're offering up as a resolution for your consideration.
Is it giving away land?
Absolutely not. So easements are on every one of your properties, right? So if you have electric lines to your house, if you have water lines to your house, you have a level of easement. If you have a sidewalk in front of your house, you have an easement. You're not giving away your property. It just allows the utility companies to be able to do maintenance or access that without getting specific permission from that property owner every single time they have to do something like that.
So I guess my only other questions is, how are you defining, and I know it's not something very specific, but routine, and does it give them permission to do, there's concerns that it gives them permission to do whatever they want, to put Pepco can put something there, that we wouldn't know about or wouldn't want, or that they could tear up the land to do something, and I just...
Sure, and
we have fiscal, responsibility to be very intentional with our oversight of our money and property, and so...
And so every document is fairly routine in terms of if WSSC has an easement for their water lines. The easement document is something that we look at, the general counsel looks at, and then ultimately is signed. Those documents usually have elements such as you have to provide notice to us 24 hours in advance. If you have work, it can't be disruptive to the school day, those types of elements. So there is a document associated with it. It's not just us saying, here's this little piece of property, do what you want. There's specific elements and constraints tied to that. And this idea that general counsel is not involved is absolutely false. General counsel looks at every one of these documents, and Leslie and I are up here in arm because these are things that come through every day that we work together on to make sure it's done in the best interests of our schools and our students and our staff.
So there are specifications, regulations for oversight of this, and we have the ability to take some kind of action if it's not followed.
Absolutely.
Yes. Okay, and people can see that online?
Well, a lot of these easement documents are either filed as
I mean, more the general counsel aspect of it, because like you mentioned, there is a misconception out there that this is just something that our facilities people are saying, we don't want to have to come to the board and wait 2 extra weeks for, and that we're giving up oversight. So I just want to ensure that someone wants to see that our general counsel, is involved in this and there is oversight.
So these documents become public record. They have to be filed, recorded, and runs with the land, so that if the land was sold, you would be able to find these documents. And as Seth said, we review them regularly. Sometimes I draft them, or they come drafted by his department. And we are very careful about the language. There are specific terms depending on the specific need. There's a timeline attached to some of these documents. And then I would also add that per policy DNA, there's a requirement for an annual report from the superintendent to the board for all these easements and right-of-ways. So that documentation is provided annually.
Okay. Never thought I would support this, but I'm leaning towards it as long as it's very transparent. Everything has the ability to be transparent, and we're not taking anything away from the authority of the board, or giving anything away that the taxpayers are entrusting us to oversee.
Well, and I would just be clear that we even as the board, you can't give away property, right? So there's this idea of giving away property is incorrect. There's obviously a process in which, if the board were to move off of a property or give up rights to a property, you go through obviously the county, go through a state clearinghouse at the state. That's just a false narrative that we're giving up property. This is just basically an overlay of something on our property to allow. Again, utility companies, stormwater management, other construction access elements to occur. And it's not 2 weeks. We're typically talking about sometimes 3 months. And when you talk about 3 months on a 18-month construction project, that can be very, very impactful.
Yes.
So again, when we're talking about this, it is from an operational efficiency standpoint, not from giving something up perspective.
Yeah, and I should correct that. I didn't necessarily mean giving it up as in handing it over, but giving up the oversight of it is what I think the concern is. So, so if you are assured that that's not the situation, then okay. Thank you.
Ms. Yang?
Thank you. I have two clarifying questions. One is about cell towers. Our community has in the past expressed concern over cell towers on school property. Does this resolution include cell towers in any way?
No, this excludes telecommunications. So again, there is a policy around how telecommunication work happens on our property. There's also a separate resolution as it exists right now for any elements associated with telecommunications or cell towers to occur on our properties. And that could be some form of easements and those sorts of functions, but that is a very separate resolution. And we were intentional about excluding telecommunications in this particular resolution because we wanted to be very clear that this really applies to utilities and any DOT and those types of typical easement requirements that we see on many of our projects.
Okay, so is that why there is a second whereas, and it reads as, I just want to get clarification, whereas the Board of Education has authority and control over the granting of permanent easements, utility easements, right-of-way, rights of entry, memorandum of understanding for land-related, not including telecommunication-related items, issues, and other land-related agreements that incumbent or impair Board of Education-owned property. Is that why this says no, or?
That adds the telecommunication piece in it to say that that's not the scope of this particular resolution. So everything that you talked about with the board having control of with respect to this resolution is true. And the reason we put excluding telecommunications because that's managed and from a separate resolution and policy.
Okay, all right. And then one last question. You talk about this is routine operation. Then do we currently do any public engagement process in terms of these routine things, and would this resolution change that process?
There's typically not what I would say specific community engagement with these because it has very little impact on anything we do from a community involvement standpoint. I would say probably the most impactful of easements would be rights of way. So if a roadway is expected to expand, some may say, why are you building further back from the roadway from where you are today? We have easements that we're talking about from bicycle master plans that are carving out space on a property that we're very clear about what it's for. But when we talk about utility easements and we talk about some of those other elements, it's just usually it has no bearing on the community's use of the site, of the building, and quite honestly for ours either, right? And those easements, typically we can't build over those easements, but we would, if we were in a situation where we'd have to build in that area, we'd have to relocate the line and just create a different easement. I mean, so that's really, what we're talking about from that standpoint and any community impacts.
What about adjoining?
No further questions.
Adjoining properties and things like that. I know, like when they were talking about the redesign of one of our schools in the past, you would come to us several times to discuss what, the planning board, for example, had considered would be the best potential entranceway versus what was most doable in reality for us as a system. How will people be able to offer their thoughts or share their concerns on that if it's done without our discussion first?
Well, so the easements typically come after everything's approved and finalized. So much of what you're referencing in that dialogue element happens during preliminary plans or happens during our mandatory referral at the planning board level. we obviously go through a variety of different approvals. The easement's actually the last step. So let's say if you have a curb cut that allows a new entrance, we would have already vetted that publicly through a variety of processes before we ever get to a spot where we're recording it as a formal easement. So I don't want anyone to think that, by this resolution, we're just now making these decisions without going through these processes. The easement is the last step, and at that point, everything has been approved and vetted. Even utility lines, where they're located on the site. Again, we've gone through those community meetings to talk about the project, the layout, constraints. We've gone through mandatory referral. We've gone through the permitting process. We actually can't create an easement until all those approvals are in place anyway. So the easement is just this formality at the end, and it's really more for recording purposes, land use recording purposes, than it is for any other functions.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, so we need motions to move 11.2, 11.3, and 11.11.
So I'm going to move.
11.6.
I was going to say.
Separated because I need to abstain from that one.
So I will move that we approve 11.3.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand.
Can you raise your hand?
That is unanimous. I'm sorry, that is Mr. Kim, Ms. Harris, Mrs. Evans, myself, Ms. Rivera Oven, and Ms. Yang. All opposed, raise your hand.
I'm just not voting on it because I haven't gotten the information that I had asked for beforehand.
So you're abstaining.
Abstaining. Then I'll move that 11.6.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. That's Mr. Kim, Ms. Harris, Mrs. Modrowski, Ms. Evans, Ms. Rivera Oven, and Ms. Yang, and I am abstaining.
And then I will move 11.11.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous with those present. Did we get them all?
That's all?
Thank you so much.
No, 11.2.
That's what I thought.
I don't think we did 3.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot that you had pulled that one. Yeah, 11 point, I'll move 11.2.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that is unanimous with those present. Thank you for that. All right, we are moving on to agenda item number 12, which is for information only. Agenda item number 13. Can I get a motion to move 13.1 and 13.2 in block?
So moved.
Can I get a second?
We have new business,
13.1 and 13.2.
Oh, 13.1 and 30.2.
Can I get a second? All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous with those present. All right, we have new business item follow-up. Mr. Kim?
Yes, I'm offering today the resolution introduced on student voter education registration at our last board meeting with a technical amendment changing the term an absentee ballot to a mail-in ballot to reflect the official language that's used. I'd be happy to read the resolution as amended.
I don't think that's necessary. So therefore, we just need a motion and a second.
I thought Mr. Kim was moving.
I move the board. I move that the board accepts the amendment. I move that the board accepts the resolution on student voter education registration
Second.
as amended.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous with those present.
No, it's not.
Oh, Ms. Modrowski?
That's okay. I had some questions and things. This is a resolution that's come before the board before in the past, and I know that some of the, I feel like, I think McCap had even opposed it at one point. Some concerns about who's going to be responsible, in the first resolved under number 1. Who's responsible for that? And don't we already do that?
If I could, I just handed my copy over. No worries.
Sorry.
Sorry, so we did.
We already voted on what?
We moved and seconded.
Oh. All right.
She did. We don't have on record.
Okay, I didn't understand.
You didn't complete the vote.
Okay.
So
I'm sorry, so what should we do?
You voted for who's in favor, but you haven't done the second half. Who opposes or abstains?
Okay, Ms. Majewski, how do you vote?
So I'm not going to vote for, but, and that's fine, we don't have to have a conversation about it since everyone else is, but I just do want on record my concerns being, number 1, under the first resolved, number 1, who's going to be responsible for providing the voter registration materials and information immediately to appropriate school officials. Well, it says, any request by a student to be provided voter registration materials and/or information shall immediately be provided to the appropriate school official. So I'm saying who's the persons that the students are going to be going to ask for this information that they're going to immediately get, and making sure that, and who's going to be responsible for making sure that there's access. Number 2, I had questions in terms of NSL and what we currently do in terms of our comprehensive information related to these issues, because they are very, very important. And my other concern was in number 3, the verbiage of saying must as opposed to can. Just because, again, I've heard from principals over the years concerns about that even though it is a student-run voter registration, it puts an additional burden that is being dictated onto school administration by the use of the word must as opposed to may or can. So those are my concerns. They're out there for the record. And no, I'm
Opposing, okay. Thank you. Okay, do we have any new business items, 13.4?
Madam Chair, I would like to present a new business on behalf of Mrs. Wolf. The board received a request from Mitch Berliner, co-founder of the Bethesda Farmers Market, to permit sales of alcohol by local wineries. Okay. Our policy, which is based on state law, generally prohibits the sale or possession of alcohol on public school grounds, except in limited circumstances when must be approved by the board. So the board has considered a request, and we recognize the importance of the Bethesda Farm Market to the community it serves. We also believe in supporting local small businesses. So I would like to move that we approve the request, but that we impose certain conditions, including limiting this approval to closed bottle sales only in the form of a letter agreement with the farm market that must be renewed annually. Now, typically, our new business items need to lie on the table until the next meeting before we take a final vote. So in the meantime, as asking staff to work on a draft agreement that we can review, post to the public, and vote on at the next meeting when we return to this new business item. I would also like to ask staff to provide an update about the process to Mr. Berliner. Thank you.
Okay, so there's no further action that's needed at this point. It will sit on the table until the next board meeting. Thank you, Ms. Yang. Item number 14 is for informational purposes only, and item number 15, if I could get a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that's unanimous with those present. We are adjourned.